Jo.
Tenhle se tam už musí být chlapě, tady s tím. Jo, je to to, jo, všechno funguje.
Takže běží všechny ty věci? Stojí tak? Nevíte? Stream is ready? Tak.
One? Yeah. So, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Ostrava. It's nice to have you here, full room, and a full day of great presentations, great talks, great discussions about the automotive, its skills, and the move and transition forward. What we need to do from the perspective, of course, of the industry, education training providers, social partners, regions and authorities, member states, and on the European level. It's great to have you all here. My name is Jakub Šlofa. I'm the president of the Automotive Skills Alliance. I also work at the VSB Technical University of Ostrava. So it's twice more pleasure for me to have you here, to have you at my hometown, home region, home university, to show you, of course, what we do in the region, what you're going to see afternoon, but also to be with you today. So, without further ado, our conference today has a two welcome speech. The first will be presented by Igor Ivan, the Vice Rector for Strategy and Cooperation from the VSB Technical University of Ostrava. So, the floor is yours.
Hello, good morning. You seem to be refreshed after yesterday evening. I hope you enjoyed the restaurant called Radegast in the city center, or Radegastovna in the city center, and I hope you know who was or who is Radegast. Do you know it? Yeah? Have you discussed it? Great. I hope you also enjoyed beer in this popular restaurant and enjoyed some good chat with your colleagues and friends. It's a great honor to be here with you and to host this important meeting at VSB Technical University of Ostrava. Jakub kindly asked me to provide a few information and few sentences or introduce our university and also share with you a few facts about two most important projects that our university is currently working on and that have some relation to your topic and to the topic of this conference, this event. I hope you have already the possibility to walk through the campus, and if not, I hope you will have a possibility to walk through the campus because our campus belongs to the largest in the Central Europe. We have almost 40 hectares. Everything is in walking distance. This may not be the best fact for a conference focused on automotive, that we have everything in walking distance, but this is something that proves that our university is interconnected and that our university closely collaborate on almost everything what we are doing. We are home for more than 13,000 students. These students are visiting study programs at 7 different faculties. Probably 3 faculties are most relevant to your activities and to the idea and aim of this event. So it's the Faculty of Mechanical Engineering, Faculty of Electrical Engineering and Computer Science, and Faculty of Material Science and Technologies. And these students are working on or studying different study programs focused also on automotive area. In addition to these 7 faculties, we have also 2 large research centers. The first one is called IT for Innovation, National Supercomputing Center, that hosts several supercomputers. And this is quite the hot news, Currently, we are installing the first and only quantum computer in this country, and one of fifth or sixth quantum computers in the whole European Union. So this makes us unique. Again, another unique things and unique aspects. And I'm sure that the quantum computer will be also used by companies from automotive sector. The second research center is called Center for Energy and Environmental Technologies. I'm not sure if you walk to the campus, you can walk along a black building covered in solar panels. This is the center of this research center. So this center is focused mainly on renewable energy, hydrogen, but also on e-mobility, mainly on battery storage and energy management system. Let me now jump to two important projects, because I think that both of them can be very interesting for you and also for your conference. The first one is called Refresh project, that is the largest in the history of the university, with the budget over 110 million euro. Project that is supported by Just Transition Fund, and project that aims to help to transform Moravian Silesian region, this region into future. So we aim to develop or establish and develop innovation ecosystem in different domains of activities. It means it's energy, it's material science, it's industry 4.0 and automotive, and all together we also deal with social aspects of these technological movements or technological changes, how they will affect the society, how to persuade society to adopt these moves, technological moves ahead. And the philosophy of this project is very simple, but I think it will work. It will work, and it will help the transformation of the project. The aim is to bring here to Ostrava, to our university, top researchers from the world. Together with these researchers, or these researchers will be followed by postdocs, younger generation of scientists and researchers, and all together they will attract new students and new companies. And they all will come here to Moravian Silesian region, to the region that is highly connected to automotive industry and automotive companies. And I see also here in this room some representatives of these companies in this region. So the transformation is already happening. We are in the middle of this project, and so far we have invited here and welcomed here over 100 new researchers, from which more than 40 of them are ranked as highly cited researchers, or they are coming here with international projects. And transformation is happening at the university. Maybe I can say one number. We have doubled number of international projects from Horizon program compared to previous years. So compared to 2023, we have doubled the number of international projects that we are working at the university right now. And the second project is completely different to Refresh. It's smaller, but focused on education of our students, on international education, because we are a proud member of Eureka Consortium, and Eureka Shift is a project related to European Universities Initiative, and we are proud to be one of 65 consortiums that were supported by the EU, and that we have the possibility to work together with our partners. Altogether, we have more than 123,000 of students in Eureka. So a huge number of students, huge number of young brains, and great ideas and ways how to solve things, and about 13,000 staff. So all together with universities from Finland, from Belgium, from Netherlands, from Portugal and other countries in Europe, we want to build better world in cities and in urban areas. So I hope there will be also chance to collaborate in these activities. I think Jakub is the best hub connecting these several worlds at our university, and I hope you will enjoy your days here at our university, that you will enjoy the days here in Ostrava, and that you will visit also Ostrava in the future to see more what we have here. So thank you, enjoy your days, and have a great discussion.
Thank you very much, Igor. As we have heard, VSB in the center, of course, of the regional education research and also the heart of the international collaboration, which is, of course, important and important from the perspective to connect the different worlds, to connect. And we are, of course, as the Automotive Skills Alliance, the Back for Skills, the sector-specific alliance for the automotive sector. But of course, the vision is, and the important activity that we need to do is connect with university alliances, is connect with centers of vocational excellence, with horizontal perspectives. So thank you, Igor, for this presentation of VSB Technical University of Ostrava. And now we have a welcome speech from Eduard Muřický, the Director General, Ministry of Industry and Trade in Czech Republic. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me start by thanking you for the invitation of this conference. It is an honor for me to speak here today on behalf of the Ministry of Industry and Trade of the Czech Republic and to contribute to the discussion of the future of one of the most important pillars on the European economy, the automotive industry. The automotive sector is now at a major crossroads. It is facing several significant pressures. At the same time, the shifts of the zero-emission technologies, digitization and automation, changes in the global trade environment. In such moment, meetings like this conference are extremely important. They give us a chance to think together about where the European and the Czech automotive industry are heading and how to manage these changes responsibly, fairly, and sustainably. Oh, sorry.
That's okay. Okay.
So I will continue. The Czech Republic has been a strong industrial country for a long time. In the field of automotive manufacturing, we are among the European and global leaders. In 2024, more than 1.45 million passenger cars were produced in the Czech Republic, with approximately 10% of them being electric vehicles. The Czech automotive industry and also the Czech automotive industry makes up about 10% of our GDP, accounts for 24 or 25 of total exports, and directly employs more than 180,000 people in production. Another 250,000 people work in supply chain. Our country is one of the most important car producers in Europe and ranks among the top of the number of car producers per capita. In this respect, only Slovakia currently ranks higher, holding the world's top position. This is not only a reason to be proud, but also a commitment to protect and further develop the sector in challenging global environments. The European automotive sector is under growing pressure This includes rising competition from China, especially in electric mobility, as well as new trade barriers in other markets, including the United States. In this situation, we need to find answers that will strengthen the resilience and competitiveness of this European industry. One of these answers in this action plan for innovation, sustainability, and competitiveness of the automotive industry is the official name, presented by the European Commission on March the 5th, 2025. This plan focuses on 5 key priorities: innovation and digitization, transition to clean mobility, resilient and diversified supply chains, skills development, very important topic for today, and level playing field within the single market. The Czech Republic played an active role in shaping this plan. Together with other member states, we initiated a so-called non-paper calling on the Commission to review current climate and emission targets with focus on technological neutrality, socio-economic sustainability, and the protection of industrial competitiveness. This joint effort also led to creation and adoption of this action plan. At the same time, we believe it is essential to meet another important expectation. The review of CO2 emission standards for passenger and light commercial vehicles must happen this year, as planned, and as we have requested. This review must be transparent, fact-based, and involve close dialogue with the industry. It must respect technological neutrality and the real capabilities of European manufacturers. Climate protection must not come at the cost of viability of one of the key sectors of European economy. The transformation of the industry takes place both on technical and, today's topic, on human level. The demands for skills are changing rapidly. New professions and competencies are emerging. The lines between physical production, digital solution, and mobility services are becoming blurred. In this context, I would like to highlight the importance of specific projects in the Czech Republic that support skills development for the future of mobility. I would especially like to acknowledge the activities of Technical University of Ostrava. Thanks to these projects, the university has become a model example of technical and industrial education in practice. These projects support the training of qualified workers for production, while also helping to develop skills in services, digitization, development, and the management of modern mobility technologies. Proof that synergy between industry and education system is not only possible, it is necessary. Ladies and gentlemen, the automotive industry is at crossroads, but also at the beginning of a new chapter. What this chapter we look like is being decided now. I believe that open dialogue, professional cooperation, and sharing best practices, as we are witnessing today, will help us choose the right direction, a direction that will allow Europe and the Czech Republic to maintain its leading role in mobility, a direction that will make the transition fair and competitive, and one that will create opportunities for companies, workers, and region. I wish you an inspiring conference. Thank you for attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Muritzky. And as we have heard, and if allow me to say, because many of you know me personally very well, and allow me to say, that's why I'm the president of the Automotive Skills Alliance, because the automotive is very important for the Czech Republic and for the Europe as such. So, without further ado, and of course, firstly, the question to our technical team, we will have a speech about the Union of Skills, Spec 4 Skills, from the Felix Ron, the policy officer at DG Employment of the European Commission, which was not able to join us today in person. However, he joined us at many other Automotive Skills Alliance events, which we are happy for. And before we will get there, of course, we have heard us also in our welcome speech that the automotive is in the crossroad. We have seen also there was a strategic dialogue now that also the Automotive Skills Alliance and me was the part of. And we were setting up, of course, the action plan for the automotive. We were setting up the Union of Skills, which is something that, of course, is the plan of in the paper, but on the other hand, it's in our hands. It's about all the stakeholders to jointly work on it, to implement it, to do the real and concrete actions. And that's something that I always value a lot. And then something that I'm trying to bring to the Automotive Skills Alliance and the partnership to do the concrete actions and concrete impact to the workers, to the companies, but also to the students and to the future entrepreneurs, future workers in this sector as such. And how does it work? Okay, so we still have a couple of minutes. Then we can use it for that. Guys, how do you like Ostrava so far? Is it good? Is it good? You should shout, wow, that's perfect. Yeah, we like it here. That's great. Some of you, it was like half of you, we were yesterday in this Radegostovna, it was great. Tonight, just to spoil you a bit, we're going to go to lower area of Vítkovice, where we're going to see the old blast furnace. And we will go inside, but don't worry, it's already turned off. Yeah? So don't be afraid to be in the thousands of degrees. And that's something that, of course, comes at the evening. So you will see nicely the industrial heart of Ostrava. Well, of course, how the Ostrava is changing. But we have heard also, as the university is showing also the way of the digital future. It's also showing the way with the quantum computing, with of course the research programs and the international research projects. It goes to digitalization, and the digitalization goes also to automotive sector as such. But for the digitalization, we need education, innovation, and skills. And now I see Felix. Felix, are you here with us? Can you hear me?
Yes, a bit mild, but I can hear you.
Perfect.
Can you
perfect.
hear me?
We can hear you. We can see you. You look nice, and so it's very nice and sharp. So as I have said, that's Felix Ron, policy officer at DG Employment, European Commission. And Felix, the floor is yours.
Yeah, a warm welcome from Brussels. We have sunny weather here. I hope you have also nice weather. And yeah, the Deputy Minister already mentioned the Union of Skills. This was announced in the first 100 days of the Commission, and all initiatives that have to be presented in the first 100 days have a certain strategic role. And that's why they have to be delivered in the first 100 days, because they also determine the further work of this relatively new Commission. You have also heard, because these initiatives were also presented, of the competitiveness compass. And you have also made yourself familiar with the Clean Industrial Deal. So the Union of Skills, this initiative will cover the skills dimension of the competitiveness compass and the Clean Industrial Deal. So these initiatives, these three are complementary. And the Union of Skills will replace the European Skills Agenda from 2020 as our comprehensive strategy that will cover all kind of skills at all levels of education, of training and learning, no matter where these skills are required, also across borders and also beyond the EU. The Union of Skills also aims at retaining and talent in Europe and attracting talent to Europe. Next slide, please. So on this slide, I can't see the slides, but that's not for a problem. You should see now our Executive Vice President, Roxana Mensatu, meaning that in the past we had a commissioner. Now now we have an Executive Vice President for skills. That means skills have been promoted, so within the commission. Okay, so the Union of Skills Communication sets out a holistic vision and plan. It's our strategy. Well, you see here is a quote from Roxana Mensatu on the slide. Of course, you will receive the slides later on. And so we can go to the next slide titled The Need for More and Better Skills. So, skill shortages and gaps. So, Europe faces shortages in skilled graduates and also vocational training. And that, of course, hinders innovation and digitalization efforts. Education lag. Basic skills among 15 years olds are declining, highlighting gaps in mathematics, reading, and digital skills. This is alarming. Vocational education, demand for vocational skills, so the demand exceeds supply, particularly in crafts occupations that are critical for industry. Higher education. Here we see an insufficient production of highly skilled graduates for future job demands, necessitating increased investment. Transformation speed gap. Yeah, labor market needs are changing fast and the adaptation of education training systems are too slow. I give you examples. Education systems lag behind in adapting to technological advancements and decarbonization needs. There's a STEM skills shortage. There's clearly an impact on small and medium-sized enterprises. 4 out of 5 small and medium-sized enterprises struggle to find the right workers with the right skills. And that, of course, holds back growth and innovation. And yeah, and then we have fragmented governance and skills intelligence. So many actors, many government departments, and many levels of governance are concerned by skills. But that also means that we have a fragmented stakeholder landscape, and that leads to fragmented policy ministries. We also, in order to adapt education and training systems, they also need to be informed which skills are needed. So we need also good skills intelligence. Yeah, and all this, of course, is better addressed if it's also addressed at EU level. So the next slide should be titled In a Union of Skills. And, you know, and because all of that, what you have heard so far, the Union of Skills has 3 objectives. On these 3 objectives you see on this slide. I'm not going to read this slide out. I only show it. You will get the presentation, and therefore we go to the next slide, please, which is again titled Union of Skills. And this slide shows that there are 4 work strands. So to achieve the objectives that you have seen on the previous slide, to achieve these objectives, the Union of Skills puts forward 4 work strands. You see them on this slide. And again, I'm not reading this out, only showing it. And then we go to the next slide. The Pact for Skills. So you have seen the 4 work strands, and the Pact for Skills, which you know from the past, is here to stay. And it will even have a reinforced role, but I come to this later. The Pact for Skills will be the framework in which these 4 work strands will be implemented. So just for those among you that do not know the Pact for Skills so well, I show the next slide, joining forces under the Pact. It's an initiative, the Pact for Skills. It's not a program. It's not, it doesn't have its own budget. It's a bottom-up initiative where the commissioners Breton and Schmidt at the time, 5 years ago, encouraged all stakeholders that are involved in skills development to join forces according to their needs. So forming coalitions of the willing and combining also their strengths in order to take action for the upskilling and reskilling of people of working age, not only of employees, of people of working age, because there's also talent outside the labor market which should be brought in to the labor market. And you see on this slide some examples of organizations that put their resources together to take action. The next slide, please, shows what kind of partnerships are possible within the Pact for Skills. You see there are large-scale partnerships. These are mostly ecosystem-based. So in 21, the European Commission has defined 14 industrial ecosystems. These are large value chains. And these large-scale partnerships, we have 20 of them. You will see that later. They are in such industrial ecosystems. Then we also have, in the meantime, we have 11 regional partnerships that can have different forms. We have Lombardy as one region that has joined the Pact as a regional partnership, because within Lombardy they work across several sectors. We have also specialized regional partnerships like the European Chemical Regions Network. We have partnerships that consist of regions that have certain industries and sectors in common, but where regions work together across member states. We have many individual members. And you see on the other hand of this slide on the right-hand side, you see that these partnerships often did not start from zero, but they exploited the results that they have achieved through Erasmus projects, or they base themselves on social partner agreements. Then there is also the European Alliance for Apprenticeships. So we have also members in the Pact that are also members in the European Alliance for Apprenticeships. So they cover initial training, but then later they also cover continuing training. And then, of course, the smart specialization strategies of regions, yeah, where then a regional partnership covers the skills dimension. So next slide, please. The next slide shows, as I've said, the 14 industrial ecosystem. And we have 20 large-scale skills partnership in all 14 ecosystems. As I said, we have 11 regional skills partnerships. We have largely over 2,500 Pact members, and together these partnerships, they have committed to upskill and reskill 25 million people by 2030. They have also invested money, also money coming from the EU. So from the EU funding, we have roughly it's probably more, but okay, let's 136 million euro. These were complemented by roughly 310 million euro invested by members of the Pact for Skills. These figures are based on an annual survey that we do among the members of the Pact. And these figures will be, let's say, there will be new figures coming up. The annual survey on 2024 has been completed, but our contractor is still consolidating the figures, and therefore I can only show you the figures we have which we found with the annual survey on 2023. And the figures are on the next slide, Pact for Skills results. You see with 3.5 million people benefited from, and then the figure I mentioned that was invested, etc. Again, I don't read this slide out, I only show it. And therefore, we can also, you have over-scanned it now, we can go to the next slide. Second one, Pact for Skills results, with some results of the opinion of the Pact members on monitoring and anticipation and the quality and the volume of their up and reskilling activities and also what happened about inclusion. So this I show only. I think we can go on to the next slide, which with the title Enablers. Erasmus Plus Blueprint Alliance and Centers of Vocational Excellence. I mentioned, I showed these two initiatives already on a slide before. And these, let's say, also even Jakob already mentioned the Centers of Vocational Excellence and the Trireme project, which you know, and the old project drives were Blueprint Alliances. And many people say that these projects are potentially overlapping, but no, they are not. They are not overlapping. They are very complementary, and I'm not the only one convinced of this. I think Jakob will confirm this. We know it also from other Pact partnerships, like in tourism, where they have run a Blueprint Alliance, and now they are going regional, so to say, with the Centers of Vocational Excellence. And also these actions are going to stay at least until the end of this ongoing multi-annual financing period. The new one starts in 2028. There could be some changes because the Commission is also planning a competitiveness fund, but the character, I think, of these two actions, it is clear that they are successful and that the characteristics should be kept of these actions. And since we talk about Centers of Vocational Excellence, the pendant is the French exception. The initiative which is similar in higher education are the European University Alliances, and also this initiative we want to bring into the framework of the Pact for Skills. So what we will do about the Pact for Skills, I said it's planned to reinforce the Pact for Skills. So please to the next and the last slide, titled Pact for Skills 2.0, Strengthen and Streamline. So what we have foreseen is, well, what you can read on the slide, of course. So we will expand, we want to expand the involvement of small and medium-sized enterprises. We will, from 26 to 27, so within 2 years, we would like to add 15 regional partnerships. So we have to find regional stakeholders that are willing to join the pact. And at the end, we should have 15 such partnerships. And then I already hinted at it. We want to establish structured collaboration between the Pact for Skills and other EU skills initiatives, the European Alliance for Apprenticeships, skills academies, like in hydrogen, in wind, in batteries, the Blueprint Alliance, of course, Centers of Vocational Excellence, and the European University Alliances. I said it already. And then, of course, we need to align training programs better with industry needs, and we have to develop joint training programs. We would like to foster collaboration across sectors by making sectors developing shared training programs, and then also share occupational profiles and skills intelligence, so more cross-fertilization, promoting joint initiatives on fields that are cross-sectoral, such as hydrogen, semiconductors, cybersecurities, and of batteries. Then we want to reduce fragmentation by creating a centralized platform for skills intelligence, integrating Eurostat, other EU agencies, and the Pact for Skills, so that we can improve job market matching and we can address skills gaps better and support also policy coordination. So that made me almost go out of breath. And therefore, I'm now finishing my presentation on the future, on the Union of Skills and the future of the Pact for Skills.
Thank you very much, Felix. Thanks a lot. I hope you will hear the applause. And I hope you can see me now. I was in the wrong camera before, so it's nice to see you. So thank you very much for joining from Brussels. And I can just confirm, as you said, to confirm that the different initiatives are not overlapping, but they are complementary to each other. If it's Blueprint, if it's the Centers of Vocational Excellence, if it's a different initiatives that you have seen there. And the Pact for Skills serves as kind of umbrella, kind of framework for the collaboration there. And of course, therefore, I'm very happy that to those of you that are the members, and to those of you, and I have just noted this down, as Felix nicely said it, basically the Pact for Skills is formed coalition of willing. So those that have created the Automotive Skills Alliance, those that are willing, and of course the others that will be willing to join this with the ambitions, what we would like to achieve, because the transformation is very important. That I'm very happy that we have, of course, also here in the room, representative of Centers of Vocational Excellence, Blueprint Project, of course, TRIREMA, and the different initiatives here so we can exchange and talk. So definitely very happy to see also the Union of Skills, the visions there, and how the Pact for Skills will be reinforced, streamlined, and with, I would say, streamlined with the governance that it goes to the strategic sectors and to the impact, to the real impact, to the workforce, students, and all the others. Felix, thank you very much again for your presentation. You can stay, of course, online with us whole day, and we now continue to the presentation, my presentation. So I have to run now to present something. But once again, thank you very much, Felix. We appreciate it a lot. And now we are running a little bit out of the time, but you know, guys, what's good? I'm not a professional moderator. I just do it for fun. So, but and it's the cheapest option for the alliance. It doesn't need so much preparation, but don't worry. We will get your coffee break, but I will try to squeeze these 50 slides which I have prepared for you, just a few. Yeah. So let's see. I wanted, you know, to set up a scene a bit, but how to get it there? This presentation, guys. If I may ask you, anybody? I was not carefully listening where there was a technical test yesterday morning, so I need somebody to do it. Altru. I have PhD from computer science, so I should be able to do it. Oh, great. Perfect. There we are. Okay, let me try if it works. Wow, great. Perfect, it's working. So as said, having in mind the time, I will skip some of the slides. So it's kind of set up the scene of the automotive mobility sector in the transition, in the transformation, in the continuous transformation, because the impact, of course, of the digitalization of course, the new technologies, it's not something that it's here now and then will not last. It's something that goes further. I do not need to strengthen more how the automotive sector is important for Europe. We have heard it in the welcome speech. We have heard it. It's almost 13 million Europeans, if you look at that from that perspective. It's a 7% GDP, almost one third of private R&D investments in Europe. So it's very important sector also from the perspective of multiplication. If it's steel, chemical, textile, batteries, ICT, chips, repair, mobility services, and all that. So it's really the heart of European industry. What are the trends where we are heading to? What is influencing the automotive sector? Some of you might have seen this picture many times. I somehow fall in love in this picture, and I'm showing it everywhere. But unfortunately, I do not have so much time to go to each and individual picture there. But this shows, although you might maybe not see all the individual writing there, that shows that the transformation is complex. It's something that brings, of course, the technological trends and changes, but it brings also economic and business perspective. It's also energy perspective, green transformation, geopolitical, which is very, very valid these years and even nowadays, by the way. And value chain perspective, and that's connected to that. And all that is underlined with the social transformation. It's a need for skills, but it's also need for the different approach of the delivery of the skills, for the different approach of the update of the education and training material, for the different approach for the collaboration. And that's why we also support and do this Pact for Skills and Alliance of Willing. And what we can see that if we go to the automotive sector as such, because we are the Automotive Alliance, I just selected some of those. If something will be missing, please don't throw the rocks on me. It's really that I have selected the most important trends from that perspective. What is shaping from the digital and technological transformation, the automotive sector? It's connected, cooperative, automated mobility. It's a software-defined vehicle with, of course, its impact on R&D and the different perspectives. It's cybersecurity. It's artificial intelligence, machine learning, data analysis. From the green transformation, it's, of course, the circular economy that we are talking about and how to approach it. Batteries, alternative fuels and propulsions, supply chain sustainability. And all that, if you see these arrows, have impact on product and service. So we are talking about new vehicles, new types of vehicles and their architecture, and even the new type of development is faster and faster update. It's not like it was before. New business models then, and offer for the services and build the business models around. Customer preferences, it's also a big topic which I don't want to dive into much today. But it also affects the process. So what I said before, it affects R&D, product development, production, repair and maintenance, and all that around after sales, retail. And it, of course, all that is also affected by the need of innovation, and innovation in the companies, innovation in the structure and collaboration, and so on. It affects, of course, as I said, the workforce, but not just the workforce that is in the companies there, but also the workforce that is future workforce coming to the industry then. So we need current upskilling, reskilling, we need future, and look at the education there. It affects a lot education and training system. And again, that's something it's a systematic change. It's really something that affects all the levels, lifelong learning, higher education, VT education. It needs train the trainer, train the teachers, train the academics solutions, and really to deliver the latest possible education and skills also to the education training institutions to be able to teach, train students with the skills that they will need then. It's about also effectiveness of the training. I just allow me to say again, personal note, and of course, money is of course important, but I always like when somebody, what we need in that education and training, money. Money, it's always money. Everybody tells me, what's the first thing? Yeah, that's money. No, that's not the money. We need to streamline, we need to be effective, we need to effectively deliver, we need to look at the impact of that activities, what are being done. Yeah, then money can of course support it, bigger budgets, yes, nice. But we need to be really effective and streamlined and do not invent the wheel again and again. So what we need then, we have heard it also when Felix was talking about the union of skills. It's also visible there. It is also visible what we were working on in the DRIVES project, Albat's project, and all the other sequential projects that put us here to this position now with the Automotive Skills Alliance. It's a skills intelligence. But allow me to say this word, agile and very fast and active approach and update to that. Pragmatic, usable in the industry, usable directly in the education training providers. I know there are some national and European solutions which we might, and I'm now really just setting the scene, discuss later today in the panel discussion or during the coffee breaks and other discussions. We need systematic approach that it's usable on the regional level, in the companies, regional sites, universities, education training providers, but also comparable on the European level. We need fast adaptation again, fast, agile, pragmatic, usable keywords of the curricula. We need access to the materials because I'm not saying that it's not here. There are good centers, there are good education training providers around Europe. We need to help each other. We need to, of course, share under some kind of conditions. Then it's a train the teachers, train the trainers. We need, of course, while looking at that, what kind of education we need. You have seen these two arrows, if it was green and digital. We need STEM education, but also combined with soft skills, with adaptability, with, of course, teamwork, with problem solving, and other soft skills that might be offered together with the hard skills. We need to also support the attractiveness of the sector, to show that the sector is, and I really don't like to even hear that this all dirty sector, is the sector that is really transforming, that is really showing the way, that is really pioneering the technologies. And as I have said, I have the PhD from the computer science, what I do in the automotive. Yeah, that's the sector where it is really changing. That's the sector where I really see that the things are happening. And that's why I like it. Oh, of course, I also like driving, yeah. But yeah, so we need to show the attractiveness even from the kindergarten and further, yeah. We need to show the attractiveness. The sector is attractive and important. Education and training delivery, new ways of the delivery, I said, effectiveness, quality. We need to assure quality. We need to assure effectiveness. And of course, focus on lifelong learning. If I remember the numbers well, I spoke with someone yesterday about how much percent each member state is investing to the initial education. It was around 4 point something GDP, and then it was 0.1 to lifelong learning. So that's also something that needs to be changed, and that's something that we need to work on. But also the recognition. Europe-wide recognition of skills, and that's something what we are building in the Automotive Skills Alliance. It's a sectoral recognition. I'm not saying, of course, we need formal recognition systems and all that. Yes, we are working on that in Europe, but we can create a community recognition what we are building. And quality assurance. It's about capacity building. It's, for instance, research and educational connection to support transfer of the knowledge, faster transfer of knowledge from the research. It's also in social dialogue capacity building within the automotive sector. So there is a lot that is needed, but I'm not saying that we are not working on that. We are, and we are also here today to discuss about it. But the most important is the collaboration. And allow me to say also the governance. Because if you would like to streamline, you need the governance, you need to see which direction it goes, and again, to do not invent the wheel again. Sectoral, which we are, and cross-sectoral to align on the horizontal topics. And this is the important slide that I also like to show. You have might seen it also in my presentations in Parliament. That all actors are needed. EU, state, regional levels, industry, education, training providers. I will not read it. All actors are needed. All actors are sitting around the round table that should work together. Now we have no time so much to really say, yeah, that's that. We have to work together to be competitive and innovative. So allow me now to go very quickly because you are at the Automotive Skills Alliance conference. So you should know a bit about the Automotive Skills Alliance, but just to very quickly repeat, as said, we are the large-scale Pack4 Skills partnership for the mobility automotive ecosystem. We were launched as the first one in November 2020 as the pioneering one. We are so far the only partnership that is has created also the legal entity to ensure the sustainable continuation. And we are Brussels-based legal entity. And when I say I am the president of that legal entity. And that was established by ASA, SECRA, CLEPA, and the TRMA. We have more than 120 members now. Many of you are here, our members, and I thank you for that again. And we are here for the automotive transport mobility ecosystem. Benefits, we collaborate, network, skills intelligence, fundraising, we are here today. ASA structure, you have heard, we work throughout the projects on the right side, but we have established also the new structure with the topic committees, technological, education and training promotion, diversity, attractiveness, social elements, and regional collaboration. Some selected collaboration, I can't skip this slide. Of course, our valuable partners is, of course, the Automotive Regions Alliance, which is led this year by Lombardy region, and Paolo is sitting there and talk with him then. It's a Committee of Regions Automotive Intergroup where we have the working agreement together, and the Automotive Regions Alliance is giving the political leverage of the activities and actions that we do. We have also strategic partnership with Energy Skills Institute, and we are starting now the collaboration with the different conferences to support and to show really also the partners what and where what could be seen as a conference as a good event to go to, which is Eurospy 25, SITMA 25. You can see more than. Selected collaboration, as I said, we are the large-scale Pack4 Skills partnership. So you can see discussion in the strategic dialogue, during the strategic dialogue with Roxana Mitzantu, sorry for my pronunciation, and about shaping, of course, the automotive sector and the Union of Skills and action plan. But of course, having this in mind, we do the practical actions. As I told you, I like to do practical actions. Where we work at the practical actions, it's of course ASA Conference series. You are here, you are there, you are here also today at the third conference. The first one was Stuttgart, the second one was in Brussels last year. We do study visits. That's kind of activity when we go to the region to find out, wow, what are the good, bad practices? Of course, usually good. And to exchange among the different stakeholders. So we were also, again, in Stuttgart. We were in Grantes region, and thanks to that. And this year, and now I would like to see everybody not playing a game on your phone, but put it out and try to read that QR code and register. Then try to read it, don't worry, it will not register immediately. But we organize this year, May 12, 13 in Timișoara, Romania, together with Polytechnica Timișoara, of course, ASA Continental, and with support of Flamenco and Trireme projects, the study visits there. In the program, there will be discussion and visit of HELA, there is support of Continental, and all the others. So all, you are now welcome to really join this event and go to the third study visit that we organize. Sorry, has everybody managed? More time? Let me know, just nod your head, it's okay. Okay, can we go to the, see, wait a second. Good, perfect. What we then organize and what we do is also in cooperation with the different projects and initiatives, if it's coming from Albats, if it's coming from Kabat supported project, we support battery forums, we support the hydrogen forum for VET teachers. And some of you, I see it here, are also are of course leading of that, but are also participants in those events. And that's focus on VET teachers to get materials, to get the latest education and training, to see it on their own eyes, to touch it on their own hands, what is really the emerging technology, and to be able then to multiply, to say it to their pupils. So we organize the BAT forum and hydrogen forums. If I'm not mistaken, exactly, that's the time for your phone again, ladies and gentlemen. That's the time for your phone. You see the dinosaur, try to point the dinosaur, and you can register to Hydrogen VET Forum. I know that the places are limited, so do it quickly so that we can then just confirm. Great, that's this year, and by the way, it's really good, and Didier is sitting over there. Didier, you can put your hand up, he can tell you more, but not just the education, but you will see, by the way, also the race in Spa. That's very good if you like cars. Okay, I should not advertise that a lot. Okay, you will see nothing. Good. Perfect. Then another one, BAT Forum, and allow me to already relieve it. That's the first invitation. Nobody has seen it yet. That's a BAT Forum for battery teachers, VET, in Ostrava and in Noszowice, with support of Hyundai. And you can see again the dinosaur there, so please scan it, share it, and register. That will happen, the deadline for registration is beginning of September, so you still have plenty of time to think about it. And that will happen from 1st to 3rd of October, back here in Moravian Silesian region. So you have now the plenty of photos and QR codes, so I'm happy to see that you are so much QR code lovers. That's good. And what else we do? Of course, I will not go into the details because you are thinking about your coffee break now. But it's, of course, workshops in Brussels. It's also the support of regional projects to do the real implementation. So in Moravian Silesian region, you will see, for instance, if I may select these two projects, you will see also today afternoon 2 JTF projects that are in the collaboration with the Automotive Skills Alliance. It's Trautom, it's MTA. But that's not it. That's not all what we do. We also have tools, and you will hear that also today. It's a pilot tool. It's like, now somebody told me, I was always saying, it's a catalog of training courses. Now I know how to say it. It's the yellow pages, smart yellow pages of training courses. I hope somebody still remember the yellow pages. So it's not hosting the courses. It just shows where the course is, what the provider is behind that, and you can go there. But smart, because on the other hand, it has also the reference definitions of the job roles. You can say the digital version of the competence metrics with job roles and skills on the awareness practitioner expert level, and issues the micro-credentials and assures then the recognition there. It's a pilot version, so very happy, of course, if you see that, if you look at that, and we support it from all our projects and the work of the Alliance, what we do. Then we have the learning platform where we host the online courses. That's a skills hub joining the different academies. Just very quickly allow me to say EU level and the way forward, because you have heard about it a lot today, and I was already a little bit spoiling it. So we had our priorities. You can see them, of course. Again, I do not now push you to that, but again, you have a dinosaur there. If you want, you can get the dinosaur. So we have released the priorities. It was 10th November, and the priorities, I will not read them through. You can have a look at that. But of course, it was in the direction of skills intelligence, governance, streamlining, all that what I'm saying. And with these priorities, we were part of the strategic dialogue, and of course, which is resulted in the action plan. So we have heard today, there is also the pillar skills and social dimension, again, dinosaur. And you can see Union of Skills, and in 2026 targeted support through Erasmus Plus grants. Up to 90 million will be made available for the relevant large-scale skills partnership, including the Automotive Skills Alliance under the Pact for Skills Action. So some thing to really deliver, to do the real impact within our alliance of willing. And then we have, of course, Union of Skills. We have heard the presentation about it today. That is important of strengthening, streamlining the Pact for Skills for the strategic sectors as the automotive is. And there is also idea of rollout of skills academies. You can again see it on the QR code, see the page 11 when you scan the dinosaur again. And it's EU Skills Academy established for strategic sectors such as automotive. That's also the outcome of the Union of Skills, something that we are working and calling for. Because I forgot to show you, that's the Automotive Skills Academy that we are, as the Automotive Skills Alliance, proposing. Automotive Mobility Ecosystem Academy as one-stop shop for the automotive mobility stakeholders, for the industry, especially value chain SMEs, but also for education training providers. How it works, I will tell you during the coffee break and other actions, because it would take a lot of time now. Last but not least, and that's of course a pleasure for me, but also that's necessary to say, this conference is supported, and here you can see it, of course, by the Automotive Skills Alliance and its projects that are in that partnership. It's Trireme. By the way, I would read it Trireme, but I let the partnership to vote. I have to say Trireme. So it's Trireme, and it's 4-year Erasmus Plus Blueprint project from 24-28, coordinated by the Automotive Skills Alliance. It's 31 partners from the Alliance, of course, all of you here also. And the project is focused, as the Blueprint project, it has always two main streams. First is skills intelligence, update scenarios, trends, skills, to know what is going on, to define the job roles and so on. And the other one strand is always to design and deliver courses, modules, what is existing, and deliver also the new ones to do the real impact and train partners. And of course, there will be the long-term actions and support the Pact for Skills implementation. Then the other project, let me run there. It's Flamenco project. That is 2 years, and it's ending this month. It was 2 years project, forward-looking project from the Erasmus Plus, where it was 11 project partners from the Automotive Skills Partnership. And this project was very interesting because it was focused mainly on the collaboration and how to really assure this collaboration and how it might effectively work. So we were really analyzing how to collaborate on the European level, on this horizontal, with the different partners, with the different kind of entities, with the different also views on that, how to collaborate. We have implemented that, and we are piloting it in the Automotive Skills Alliance. So you have seen these topic committees there, working group task forces. You will hear about it later also today afternoon. With that, firstly, you have made it till the end of my presentation. Secondly, the most important things, European sectoral and cross-sectoral collaboration is more and more important. It's really important thing that we need to do, and that's what we in the automotive mobility sector do as the Automotive Skills Alliance. Education training, it's a vital for innovation and competitiveness of the automotive sector. I believe everybody can sign that. So enjoy today's conference. It's learning, inspiration, networking, collaboration, good practices, and grow together. Thanks a lot, everybody. Now we have 15 minutes coffee break, and we start at 11 with a very nice panel discussion. Thank you very much.
Takže má.
Hello? Yeah. Perfect. Welcome after the coffee break. And let's start the next session. It will be status quo and future perspective of the automotive mobility skills agenda in EU. It's going to be panel discussion led by Peter Dolejší, the Mobility and Sustainable Transport Director in ASEA, Car Manufacturers Association, and also the Vice President in the Automotive Skills Alliance. So, Peter, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Jakub. Okay, I hope it's working. Yes, seems to be the case. So thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. Pleasure to be here again in great, fantastic, nice Ostrava. We from Prague, we love it. But okay, this is another story. Discussion, I think it was nicely opened by the speeches in the morning, setting out the whole context, political one, but also what we are doing in Automotive Skills Alliance. And we'll try also to continue in that and dive in a little bit into a discussion where the Europe is moving, where we see the perspectives, where we see the challenges, what might be the threats, opportunities, and of course twist that with the recent new Commission's announcement on the Clean Industrial Deal about the Automotive Action Plan, also accompanied by the Union of Skills. So let's say the flagship initiatives of the new Commission for the next 5 years. And I'd be happy to listen and talk with the panelists what they think about that. What really will be the directions where we are heading to, whether we have some new flagship initiatives, new great ideas, or it's just repetition what was here already 5, 10, 15 years ago. So this is, or this should be, let's say, the essence of the debate. The debate will consist of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 distinguished guests. So I'll be happy to invite them to the panel, to the floor. Aurora Rossi, she's representing Industrial. Industrial, it's an umbrella organization of trade unions in Europe. And Aurora, she's a policy officer in charge of competitiveness, skills, employment, but also trade issues. So maybe we can fly to US. No? Okay, we'll see within the debate. Aurora, thank you. The second panelist, João Costa. He's a managing director of ATEC. ATEC is a Portuguese training academy, which is heavily supported by the industry, especially by Volkswagen, Siemens, Bosch, and also the Chamber of Commerce between Portugal and Germany. And he's also a member of Mobinov, which is a Portuguese auto cluster supporting the whole value chain. João, welcome. Another member of the panel, Anna, go ahead. Anna Spechtenhauser, she's representing the Stuttgart Regional Economic Development Agency. In principle, it means agency created by the Stuttgart region, you know, big names there, but of course, having a look on the whole supply chain and value chain. She's based in Brussels, in the Brussels office of the agency. Again, in charge of skills, employment, and regional cooperation. By the way, this should be one of the key topics, what regions can do, how they can help the transition. Anna, welcome. I'm also very happy to have a representative of OEM, Petr Michnik, representing Hyundai Manufacturing, Czech Republic. You know, there's a big plant here close to Ostrava. Peter was working for Hyundai almost for 20 years. He's a vice president for the administration covering HR, IT, legal affairs, etc. Peter, welcome. And last but not least, Joachim de Boer. He is representing Adecco Group, three-pillar, big pan-European and global company in the HR. He's a group policy data analyst, again with 15 years in HR development and strategies. Joachim, welcome. So that's the panel. Let's be very clear. I will ask for some kickoff statements. We'll have an open discussion, but definitely once you have some thoughts and ideas, questions, I'll give you a floor immediately during the discussion. I want to be a little bit interactive, not just having a boring speeches. Of course, that will not boring, they'll be interesting. That's for sure. But really, if you have some thoughts and ideas, please step in, raise your hand. We'll give you the floor. So, ladies first, as I said, okay, we have great announcements from the Commission, okay, plenty of ideas, thoughts, how we make Europe again competitive, better. Of course, the globe will be behind us. Union of Skills, from my perspective, nice 15, 20 pages, but personally, I haven't found something really new. Okay, maybe this is the case that I'm in Brussels already for 20 years, so maybe I read everything before. But really, I'll be more than happy to listen to you. Where do you think are maybe the key ideas, new thoughts, maybe priorities? What do you think about that, Aurora? Maybe we can start here.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me. So indeed, Industrial Europe welcomed the initiative because it's one of the first that addressed the automotive sector. Also because in 2024 was one of the worst years for the automotive sector. Almost 90,000 jobs were lost, and the ones suffering from this job loss were workers. And what we see in the automotive action plan, there's some good direction, but still there's something that it's lacking. There's a chapter on the social dimension that should focus on workers, but there's not yet something concrete in place. And what will be implemented and how it will be implemented is not yet clear. This action plan it's made by 40 different initiatives which are unknown. We don't know yet the clear top content of those initiatives. So we don't know how they will be implemented, how they will address then the real issues that are in the companies, that are in a way of restructuring in the automotive sector. We also see some positive initiatives and some positive proposal. For example, the possibility of the amendment, the European Globalized Fund for workers, to give them the opportunity to have another career opportunity in case of unemployment or restructuring of their own companies. But again, those are proposals. We really need to see how they will be implemented and how those workers are accompanying the transformation. And regarding the the Union of Skills, it's a step in the good direction because we see that workers are a bit more addressed, but again, we've seen that social dialogue and collective bargaining in the transformation is essential, and it's proved to be a good way for a company to do a successful transformation, but there's no mention of collective bargaining, social partners in the automotive action plan, and as well in the Union of Skills. There's few good initiatives that we can see that they are going in the good direction. For example, the skills portability or the skills guarantee, that it's essential in terms of recognition of skills among companies and workers, but there's not a sectoral approach between member states, that it's quite important. That we're seeing now that many workers in different industry are moving. An example, it's in the automotive. We are seeing that many workers are moving into the defense industry, for example. And so that's why it's quite important, this qualification and also recognition of skills in among sectors.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Anna, does it help you with your development agency? Do you have some better guidance?
maybe I start with the nice happening. When the representation of Baden-Württemberg invited to the New Year's reception, the Minister President Winfried Kretschmann had invited Commission President von der Leyen. So she also came and she presented the strategic dialogue on automotive on the European level. And Mr. Kretschmann said, oh, finally, you also have it on the European level. If you need any advice, we have it since 2018. So we are, of course, happy that especially on skills, the topic reached an EU dimension. Also last year, it started with the Year of Skills, and now we have the Union of Skills. We have an action plan. And by the way, in the action plan, I searched how often the word region was mentioned. And if you include the title, which is Committee of the Region, not the title, but also the author is Committee of Regions, it was 5 times. So we are, of course, curious how these very important initiatives and papers are finally also be turned into concrete actions, because this is what in our eyes and the Stuttgart region's eyes, where 98% of the companies are small and medium-sized enterprises, where we have 240,000 people working in the automotive industries, to turn all these measurements into practicability is one of our biggest question and also concern, but we are also curious what is about to come.
I think you are not alone. Joe, from your perspective, does it help? Do you have some new info, guidance, ideas?
So basically from units of skills, I think what is giving us a new thing is more the focus on the social issues regarding the skills, not only competitiveness, productivity, and so on. But I think this union of skills is really also addressing social components. Like, for instance, one of the things that I really found out interesting and very important is how to address the issue of people coming outside of Europe. So basically the immigrants. I think it's quite important also. So we know that we have a demographic issue in Europe. That probably we cannot solve it as fast as we need. And basically and also the competitiveness compass is also mentioning that we are late, we need to speed up. And if we are just waiting for the new generations that are now in basic school or primary school to go, and of course we have to work on this, and we have to, as Jakob also mentioned it, we have to make the sector more attractive. Or the technical sector more attractive. But for the question of solving the problem in a more short, medium term, we also need to address this issue regarding immigrants. And the fact that we, as you mentioned, for instance, the fact that we should have the recognition of skills. Probably we have at the moment thousands of good technicians, electricians, mechanics, whatever, that are currently driving Ubers or delivering food in Uber Eats. And we need that qualified people. And I think unions of skills is also stressing that point of how to recognize competences and recognizing skills, not only in the formal way, but also the skills that we acquire from the informal way. I think that was something that I would highlight as positive and as different from the previous documents.
Thanks, Roger. I think perfect, exactly to Peter. As representing a manufacturer, one of the biggest employer here in the region, I think Jean mentioned, okay, demographics, attractivity, etc. Is that something that the policies are helping?
I think exactly Joao said what I would mention definitely at some point of this discussion as well. Maybe what I would like to highlight is, and again, I think it was mentioned in Jakub's presentation, and also Joao mentioned the attractiveness. And I think maybe before we speak about the skills and the education and so on, we really need to make sure that the automotive industry, will survive, will be really attractive. So first we need to create the conditions. Of course, if we have competent, skillful employees, this is necessary for our competitiveness of the companies. But in the current situation, when we see all the changes, and I think it has been the tough industry always. But frankly speaking, I think recent days or months really spin this spiral much more quickly. So I think it's really important what is now the focus on the let's say CO2 regulation, on the review of the 2035 targets and so on. This is something which I think the public, the people who want to study something about the automotive, needs to see. Okay, this industry has some future. This is something which I would like to work for. This is something where I can show my skills, where I can be really useful, and this is something which will help me in my life in the future. So this is, from our point of view, maybe the most important, to make sure that really the industry has some clear, good future, and this will definitely help us to attract more people.
Excellent. I think, okay, I have already a list of great ideas and thoughts. Joachim, I'm sure that your group will help to that.
Yes. So a quick introductory word about the Adecco Group. So we are the largest HR solutions company, providing 450,000 people with work on a daily basis. Last year, 2024, we trained 883,000 individuals to up and reskill for a future job. And we work with a lot of the automotive players, members of ASEA around Europe, around the world, to implement the skills transition. And we come to that conversation with an operational lens. We are a HR solutions company. We're not necessarily a training company, although we have very much training academies in all of our business units. But we always look at, so what's happening on the ground? So what is the operational dimension of the transition? And that is, of course, also how we, from that lens, we look at the Union of Skills and also the strategic automotive plan. And I think our conclusion, and I think the Commission actually presented, our conclusion is that it's very insufficient on an operational level, because it doesn't even address the operational level. HR departments are never mentioned, and they need to do it. Change is hard, whether you're coming into the industry or you're changing in the industry. And if we look at the presentation from the Commission just now, 310 million euros spent, 3.5 million people trained. That is 88 euros per individual. That is not a lot. So it's also about how do we make sure that the money we spend, and it's a lot, I think it's 142 billion that goes into ESF Plus. How do we make sure that that actually arrives at the workers and arrives at the businesses to make the change? So I think that's an important, I think, perspective that it takes too long. There's too much. There's too much money being lost in the process to actually reduce the incentive or increase the incentive and reduce the cost for workers and businesses to actually train. And I think that goes to the point of what Jakob also mentioned. On average, European member states spend 0.0% or 0.1% on lifelong learning. So if we look at the aging conversation, if we talk about the constant rate of change in the industry, you need to up that number. Lifelong learning, it's not just about initial education anymore. It's about continuing that loop ever more. So I think that's why we feel there is a bit of the Union of Skills. It's great. It's great that the sectoral dimension is there. It's great that social partners have a role to play, but we need to up the game, I think, especially given the geopolitics we're in right now.
And I think that's definitely what it covers. No, I just tried to make a bridge, what Peter was mentioning. And okay, my list of topics is huge already, but future of the industry, attractivity, okay, and in Stuttgart, by heart, it's Mercedes, Bosch, Porsche. But is it still attractive? Because to be open, luckily my older daughter, okay, she's very keen to cars. I think she's a very rare exception. But so whatever events we have, okay, this is a dying industry. Okay, dinosaurs like myself, okay, not attractive, but it's IT, it's new inventions. do you feel, even with the heart of the industry, the same problems? Okay, I'm leaving demographics, of course, aside. That's I think given, that's for sure. But for the youngsters, do you feel the same issues? How we can cope with that?
Well, it's difficult to say. Me not being from Stuttgart region and me not a total youngster anymore to start working somewhere. When I talk to people in Stuttgart region, like the big OEMs you mentioned, it's still, I feel, a goal to work for Daimler or Porsche or Bosch. But when you then read the news, how many jobs are cut, it might throw another perspective on it. Plus some, maybe to mention some numbers. In Baden-Württemberg, by 2035, we will have a deficit of 860,000 skilled laborers. I mean, this is quite a number. And in Stuttgart region, I mean, Stuttgart region has 2.8 million people. As said, there are 220,000, 240,000 people working in automotive industries. We will have by 2035 a lack of 250,000. And I mean, at the same time, in the same period, let's say until 2040, around 80,000 jobs are cut due to the structural change. And at the same time, we need new skills, but also to comment on my previous speakers' positions. I didn't want to start too critical when it comes to the European Union of Skills, but also it is focused very much on the labor or the workforce entering the market. But what do we do with the people who are about to retire, who still have 10, 15 years, who maybe have not undergone a further training or an education? How do you tell somebody who has been working at Bosch, like his grandpa, his great-grandpa, that now he needs to up and reskill? Maybe I mean, we talk now in this, let's say, a bubble where we are all used to, let's take a training, let's learn a language, let's do this, let's do that. But the reality on the ground looks a bit different. And now, of course, I left the topic a bit and opened more questions, but this is something we also have to tackle and face. And I noted some other critical points we found out, but maybe to that also later. Didn't want to take too much time.
We have to finish for lunch, okay? So just do that immediately. Peter, what are you doing in Hyundai to tackle that? Okay, you put plenty of topics, solutions, ideas.
Maybe I would react to what you mentioned about the let's say automotive and IT. We have to, and I think this is something which it's really our role to explain to the people that automotive is really actually made of IT now. It's everybody speaks about software-defined vehicles. We are now just recently talking about software-defined factories. Although, okay, it may be some buzzword, but really even the manufacturing process, we know that really it has to be built from the IT. So there's so much space for IT. From my maybe personal opinion, it's, let's say, it is much better than just simple IT because it is really connected to something broader. And this is something which we really have to explain to the people. As I said, okay, of course, it's still automotive industry, but the work within is so much IT related that I really think it has to be attractive also for the people who think about working in IT. So that's one point. What do we do to, let's say, for example, reskill? I would say maybe Hyundai here in Czech Republic is at the moment not the best company to ask because, first of all, we are still relatively young. We've been operating here like 18 years, and our I think average age of the employees is 39 years. But it's the highest time, let's say, to think about these issues. But second, what I think is more important is that as a, let's say, relatively big company, we really rely on ourselves a lot. You know, let's say we have 3,000 employees in Nošovice. We are part of the huge global company, so we feel that the reskilling, upskilling, all the trainings we can really do internally, and we don't need so much to rely on, let's say, all the programs within the EU region and so on. Those are definitely super important for, let's say, the companies which are a little bit down in the value chain. But from our perspective, directly in Hyundai, I think there are, and I think this applies to many of the OEMs. Of course, the bigger the company, even the bigger possibilities they have. We are in the phase where we, for example, we don't need to have our, let's say, own big academy or big university like some other automakers have, but still we can manage that. But really, when we go down into supply chain, then it is extremely important. But again, for me, this is a question which I'm not an expert, because even if I go, let's say, for the tier one supplier, specifically for Hyundai or the Korean companies, we have a lot of the tier one suppliers really coming with us in the region, and we are cooperating a lot, even in many fields. So that's why we really try to rely on ourselves. This is our best strategy, which is proven by years that really, if you rely on yourself, this is the quickest, best solution. But I fully accept this cannot be applicable to everyone. So what we hear and discuss today is extremely important for, let's say, all the medium-sized companies, for example.
Yeah. I think that this is also what we are trying to do within the Skills Alliance, exactly. The regions and, you know, the SME supply chain. This is the critical. Let's be very open. Okay, representing ourselves, big guys. Okay, we'll help ourselves somehow, but okay, we are dependent on those that really cannot help themselves, and this, I think, should be about discussion. João, I'm pretty sure that okay, you have some thoughts about that.
Yes, regarding upskilling, reskilling. So we speak a lot, and there is a lot of comments about that thing in the units of skills. But if we go down for the practical terms, and honestly, if we ask the companies, even the companies, the big companies, what they would need for reskilling in the next 5 years, and we have tried a lot. So just to have an idea, in Portugal, we work every year roundabout with 400 different companies from different sectors. And we ask the companies, so what will be your needs regarding reskilling? The companies don't know. That's the big issue. So there is not a problem of making contents and developing programs or whatever. But the problem is the companies don't have a clue, idea of what they will need. Maybe this is strange, probably not. But we are making these questions sometimes very direct to the companies. So what we will need? And most of them, they don't have a clue. Sometimes it's us that are bringing to the companies ideas and saying, okay, how do you have your maintenance organized? Most of them are still working with electricians and mechanics. It's not working anymore. Basically, it will not be working in the future. And if they have organized like this, probably they are 2 steps below, or because they need, first of all, to have electromechanicals, and then to have IT electrical mechanicals, because all the PLCs, all the automations, all the systems will be connected to the web. And if you are connecting to the web, for instance, you need to have knowledge of cybersecurity, you need to have a lot of knowledge. And this is just a small topic. Regarding car mechatronics, the car mechatronics of the future, even if it's a software-based software-defined vehicle, basically the mechanicals or the electromechanicals from the future, or mechatronics from the future, they will be IT programmers. They will need to know how to go to the inside the vehicle, to understand the code and to make small changes and to see if there is any mistake, or even to make some updates or in the system. So, but the major issue for me, and I think that was mentioned in the sessions before, or in the speech before, the question of intelligence is quite important. Before reskilling and upskilling, we need to know in what. And it's cross, and you mentioned it, defense or automotive. It doesn't matter, because to be honest, a maintenance technician either is from the automotive, from the defense sector, or whatever. Okay, there are sectors, for instance, chemical, probably they have some different, but if you are speaking about industrial manufacturing processes, most of the skills will be transversal to all the sectors. So basically, major issue for us at the moment, and as a training provider, and that wants to develop and have offers that make sense to the companies itself, is to define in what does the companies need, what will be the skills for the future. And I'm not speaking about in 20 years, I'm speaking about in 5 years. if we speak about, and sometimes we go to companies that speak, what about humanoids automation? What? You know that China and Tesla and other companies, they will be flooding the market with androids or humanoids robots in the next 5 years. Are you prepared for that? Do you need to upskill your people regarding that? Or what? And you just need to open YouTube and see the offers that are already done on that terms, on that sector. So it's really skills. What are the skills that we need? And to be honest, if we have this information, and sometimes I feel that we in this room, from the training sector, from the vocational educational trainings, or even from the universities, we are chasing the companies sometimes to understand what they need. And I'm speaking about direct answers to the company. Calling companies saying, what will be needing in 5 years? What will be needing in 10 years? And in most cases, we don't have a clear answer. And that's an issue for sure. So we are trying to make basic training from the things that we need, that we see on the future. But I think if we have these intelligence tools that will give us some information, probably could do a better job.
Quick correction, of course, ready to help. Came to my mind when I was talking to one unnamed CEO of a big company here in this republic. Say, hey, we have these plans, and what we'll do in 2030, 2035. We start laughing, say, Peter, I'm happy to know what will happen in 2 weeks' time. Okay. So, Peter, yeah.
Sorry, just very short comment. I think this is what we need. When we say what we need, we need the people who will be able to react, to be really agile. We cannot say to somebody in 5 years we will need exactly this position, but we need somebody who will not be surprised when we tell him in 1 year, now you have to do this. Now there is this new trend. You have to change your work scope a little bit and work on this. So we really need flexible people ready to adapt to new things.
I think that's a great point, and that also goes into what you just said about that apparently youngsters in Portugal want to deliver food rather than get into vocational education for automotive. I mean, I'm not, but my point. So it's, if you want to have a conversation about industry attractiveness, that flexibility is a crucial dimension of it. I mean, if you look at, so I think in the Draghi report they're talking about 50% of a car is now software. So that means that you are not recruiting for a 9-to-5 manufacturing job anymore. You're recruiting a programmer, and they can work at Google and have a slide rather than a stairs to move around the office. So that is a completely different scope, and the same goes for battery. I mean, you can put a battery anywhere, but if you want someone to work on a battery that goes into a car, you need to be a different employer with a different perspective of what type of offering do you. And I think there is a very vested 9-to-5 tradition in automotive. I think, and so if you want to become a more attractive employer, there is a conversation to be had about how do you ensure that the working environment can be more flexible. And I think that goes to, I think that's the pull question. But there's a push question, because we're talking about scarcities, but 20 to 30% of the European the workforce population is inactive. And if you want to attract those people, obviously skilling is a conversation. But if you become a more attractive employer, then you can also tap into that resource and diversify. I think a final piece on that attractiveness is a conversation about wage. And so we're 40% more expensive than China. So last year we did a study as a DECO group, and it corroborated earlier research from the OECD that low-skilled workers in high-emitting sectors are what I call in a brown cage. Their wage is too high to move into a sustainable job. So especially for low-skilled workers, if they want to transition into a greener job, the investment is too high and the wage incentive isn't there. So there is a challenge to be had and a conversation about how do we make sure that we promote sustainable wages or wages in sustainable jobs, while at the same time have a conversation about the height of wages in unsustainable jobs. And I know I'm triggering there.
I know Aura is keen to reply. Okay, my policy debates in Brussels, okay, last time, okay, or recent months, okay, please produce a BMW that will cost less than 20,000 euros. I'm economist. I don't know how to do that, okay? So I'm absolutely with you. Something, okay, is in between that I cannot see a solution. Maybe Peter knows, but Aurora.
So I would like to react to different things that were mentioned, but in terms of wage, there's the role and there's a space of the company actually to be more attractive in providing good quality jobs in terms of employment, wages. I don't think it's the opposite way around in terms of the wage is too high, because also we are living now in a moment of crisis. Those workers are the one facing the crisis. And if they want to move to a better jobs, let's call it in terms of greening the sector, that means that that job needs to be equally fair and good with quality. That means also in terms of employment, workers' right, and wage. So I don't think it's the opposite way. It's the company that needs to be more attractive than the current jobs of the worker in terms of all those benefits. And of course, there's always a balance of that, but I will see it as an opportunity for the company to attract more workers in promoting and offer a quality job in that case. But also in terms of skills, I mean, the main challenge is that the sector has to upskill, reskill a huge number of workforce in a short time. But indeed, the workers are there. You mentioned there's a big number of inactive workers, and you mentioned that there's going to be in a few years' time shortages, but also 90,000 jobs were lost only in the automotive sector from June to December last year. So those workers actually are not anymore working and could be a source of future employment if they are well reskilled and upskilled. And for us also, another issue is the gender balance, because what we see is that it's true that it's slightly increased the number of female workers in the automotive sector, but yet it's not enough, and that it's a good way to have more workers in the automotive sector if you offer indeed an attractive, fair compensation, but also an attractive and quality job. And yeah, and something that I would like to mention is in terms of investment. The Draghi report mentioned that we need huge investment for the industries, and we saw that for the defense, there was a release of the fiscal constraint, but not for the automotive sector. And that's something that also impacts the attractiveness of the sector, because if those investments and if the market appears as insecure, then it's also less attractive for a young worker, for a worker to get in that sector. So this stability as well plays a role.
Before I give a floor to Peter, because he knows magic solutions, how to be attractive, pay great wages, etc. I will have a look on the audience. Any quick reactions, comments, or questions to the topics that were raised?
Well, maybe I just have a question, because we talked about how to institutionalize reskilling, yeah? And for me, it's a question of how to institutionalize it inside of the brain of the individuals and employees, yeah? So how do you work that mindset of growing into the employees that are co-responsible for the upskilling, reskilling, and it's not just the institution that will make a scenario that fits everybody. So this is for me the topic. How do you deal with this agenda?
Okay, so I got the mic now. I'm not sure if I shall shall answer to the question of how to let's say change the minds of the people responsible for the reskilling, upskilling. Again, I think once the person is in the company and let's say the employee can see that the company goes ahead, it changes, and also the company can see, yeah, this worker is willing to develop. Then I think this is the easiest task. You know, the both match, and it's really the company would be stupid if it wouldn't support it. So I think that's what we try to do. What I feel is kind of where is the gap is, for example, when we see, let's say, the graduates coming, and okay, there are many good great people, but many times we see that somehow they are just waiting what happens. You don't see the drive to. I spoke about the flexibility. I think they expect, okay, they would do what they learned at the university, but we need them to be really more open, to have some broader view, to be ready to kind of drive their future. Of course, with this, I think we can provide perfect support to any new graduate, but we need them to already come from the school with some mind. This is not like the end of my education. This is just the beginning, where when I will really start to develop myself with the employer.
Just to add something, and first of all, I think it's something from the program. It's really that need to change the mindset. So basically, I mentioned before, we need to know which skills do we need to develop, but from the other side, we need to have a population open to reskill and upskill themselves. And I think regarding also with the wages that you mentioned, and I can share the Portuguese example. So in the last 6-7 years, there has been an increase, a significant increase in the minimal national wage, but the average wage is still the same. So which meaning that between the difference between the average wage and the minimal wage, the gap is at the moment very narrow. So the question is, and we are in the vocational educational sector, so during the big financial crisis that we had people was not looking for vocational training because they say, okay, there is no job, so why training myself? At this moment, the question is a little bit different, is why training myself and studying for 1 year or whatever, if then I will get 10% more of doing less a job with less responsibility, whatever. So there is, of course, a not long-term seeing, because if I have qualification, probably in the medium term, I can have a bigger professional and a big wage development. But at the moment, this is an issue. So, and to be very clear, I fully agree that the minimum national wage have to increase. But the question is, the need in the market for more qualified people is not there. And so people qualified, it's not getting the money probably they would need, even if the companies are saying there is not unqualified, there is no qualified people. So basically, we are really in a crossroad, as you mentioned, or someone mentioned before, and everything has to move very, very fast. So the economics needs to be pushing and needing more qualified people and be able to pay for those qualified people. And that's an issue that is mentioning in one of the reports. So what happens is Europe is not attractive for the people that have high skills. And so what the people does, like they will move outside Europe and they'll be working outside. And it's this leak of brains or qualified hands, let's put it this way, not only brains, it's happening. So people is getting the training here, very good training, and then they are going and working for in different regions of the world, because it's not difficult today to do that.
Yes, Richard, yes.
I don't know if you hear me, but I have some
do.
good examples, because let's say I'm from the industry and I'm also above 36 years in work now. And I have two good examples to show. One thing is, because I work a lot with Magna, for instance. I think it's one of the major suppliers. When there was the COVID crisis, there was one way how to allow that not so many people have to be dismissed. And all the employees agreed to freeze their salary. The employees agreed, right? Even if the state people came there and said, hey, you have to increase your salary because we are a labor force. No, they said, no, we are actually protecting our environment. We protect our engineers. We protect our heart and we protect our company to sustain. And what we have at the moment is that always politics say, increase, increase, increase. And actually, the money is less and less, but they have to increase the salary. The reality is that a good example where a big company survives is this. Another example, just recently in Italy, working with a prize-winning company in Naples that works for Marelli, Leonardo. We talked about defense, yeah? And they did the same. They say, innovative people from the university a different model. Yeah, participate in the company and get ownership in the company per share. So they actually get a salary, but on top the salary per share of the company. When the company goes down at the moment, they don't earn so much, but when the company goes up, they earn more. So there are models where not always the law or the labor law or some lawyers where some kind of state has to control what you earn, but it's also a responsibility of the employee to do it. This is what I want to add. Because I'm really a little bit astonished over the last 20 years how less responsibility employees take when they have a responsibility for their own company to work for. It's both sides that have to meet. The law, the company, and the law from the labor force. Only the balance of the force works. That's my input. And this is what I'm really astonished with is that people don't realize that. We have the same in Austria, but they always fight from the law, and then they fight from the company, and in the end we lose. Because the one want to have more salary, the other want to have more profit, no middle point, and you lose. But these were really two examples that worked one time in COVID time, it works now in Italy between Naples research company, Leonardo is the major defense company in Italy, and Marelli. Thank you. That's my input.
Thanks for yes. Go ahead, Joachim.
So I think the COVID experience is an interesting one because I recognize what you're saying, that it's a joint interest between business workers and government. You're absolutely right. What I found interesting during, I think everybody in COVID, there was the work time, the flexible work time reduction. So the hours went down, and businesses got compensated for that, for the wage cost, although there wasn't production. This is a great tool. It is currently being deployed in automotive all across Europe. Hours worked are going down. People are at home. So the question is, irrespective of the question of wage and what happens to wage during that time, what happens to training during that time? And that is, I think, something to think about. If we are now downsizing, at least the hours, where is training? Would it be best to raise wages or waste time and money for training, career guidance, to get that mentality change around? So it's, I think that's the trade-off, and it goes into the responsibility of the worker to be responsible for the company he or she works for. It goes into the needs of employers to say we are in a disruptive environment and we need to change. But the question is, am I going to now spend more money on wages, or am I going to spend money on lifelong learning?
Thanks a lot, Joachim, because always I was searching for some kind of recommendations, and I think okay, this is one of the great ideas maybe from this debate, because let's be open. I think we are minus 2 million cars from the pre-COVID area, which is about 6 to 7 factories capacity. Okay, nobody would like to speak about that. Okay, that's clear because this is sensitive, but this reality. Okay, I have 2 million plus cars, 6 factories that we do not need in Europe. Okay, exactly. We need to handle the labor force in a certain reasonable way. So I think that this might be a very good way forward. I've seen also a hand. Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, my name is Christine Brings from Germany. I work for a funding agency of Federal Ministry of Economy and Climate Action. And my experience is that we have quite big problem at the moment because the automotive branch doesn't know what kind of direction is the right one for the future skills perspective. The main problem is, so we now have a program in Germany for promoting of 6 clusters at regional level. And we mention it the battery trios because they are, each region has to make available so universities and research institutions and industry and training companies. They work together to develop this kind of automotive mobile skills. And so we are really trying to develop a kind of skills alongside the value chain of battery cell production. But we had many gigafactories like Northvolt and also Chinese factories too in Germany. But nowadays, the situation is going down. So, and many small and medium companies, they don't know what to do because they're quite scarce. So they really don't know whether they have to invest in the skill development or not. So even the cluster develops lots of modules, they really don't know to whom they can offer. And even the trainees, they are interested to come, but they do not have such kind of opportunities because they also have to work in a company as an employee. And on the other hand, only in case if the company will give the time to participate in these kind of trainings and also to finance these kind of things, they can go to these trainings. So I really have this kind of dilemma, how to promote the industry, firstly, and secondly, how to motivate these people who wants to go into these trainings. So I just want to give you the question, how can we motivate the industry in automotive branch? And on the other hand, how do you see the possibility to motivate the people in this field? Do you have better idea? So I don't know.
Peter, thanks a lot.
I'm so sorry, I'm not coming with an idea, but I just wanted to comment a little bit what was mentioned by Jochen and gentlemen from the audience also about the COVID and state subsidy, and this is also a reaction to your question partially, and also what Peter mentioned. I think let's say the amount of the government support or amount of balance between the government support and the companies' own investment and own risk. I think this is important word to mention the risk. This is very crucial because, okay, in COVID, maybe in some cases it was great if, for example, the employees decided, okay, let's freeze our wages because we are in difficult times. I think in different countries it may be different because there was such a high government support. Then nobody needed to take any measures like that. And also we hear about some overcapacity. We hear about some let's say factories which don't know which way they shall focus their business. But then, okay, we are still, I think, in the capitalism, so that there should be the competition and really, okay, this may happen that the company will decide wrong, and they will bankrupt. Okay, another company will be successful. Of course, the problem now is that how to say, we see that the companies like Chinese and so on, those who are competitive, who are maybe not afraid to take the risk. Of course, not speaking about some government support which they support. But if we speak about some really level playing field, I cannot say how to do that, but I think this is important really to balance the government support so that we are not spending the money uselessly, but really to support the competition which really deserves it, which will bring the value back. So, but yeah, this is what I think should be done, but unfortunately I cannot provide the details. I don't know that.
Okay, I don't have a solution also, but nevertheless, just for the persons itself, for the skills development, develop my skills or not, because I don't know if the company will go on that direction. Basically, the major thing is to change the mindset and saying that if you develop your skills, whatever company you are working for, your market value as a person itself is growing. So if you're working on this company and afterwards you'll be 6 months after or 1 year after working on a different company, that's the most safe action that you can do personally, is to invest in developing your skills, because your market value, labor market value personally will be increased. So there will be others that will be interesting in yourself, in yourselves, yes. So the other thing, and it's basically that, I think there was a study, I don't remember from whom, but during the economical crisis we had, the most affected people were the ones with less qualifications, with higher qualifications also. The ones with the middle qualification, they were the less affected because they were mechanics, electricians, whatever. Those jobs will be always needed for the running of the company. If you are high qualified people, the companies will not invest in innovation or a new process or development, so you are not needed. If you are a non-qualified worker, so the production is coming down, you are not required. But the people with high qualifications or technical qualifications, they will always be needed. And is the best way for you to secure your future is to have qualifications. That's it. And I think will be the major source of social differences in the future. It is being qualified or unqualified.
Aurora.
So, sorry.
Jochem.
No, sorry.
I'll be really quick because I think you're absolutely right. I mean, research shows the best way to get a pay rise is to go to skill, is to increase your skilling. I mean, that's consistently true. I think the crucial point is there is a disconnect between this institutional umbrella of skill certification and recommendations and job taxonomies and skills taxonomies around, and creating a translation that to the operational floor. And I think one of the reasons why that implementation gap is there, because it's not sufficiently recognized that operational implementation dimension is hard work. I think you said it right. It's about the mindset change, about lifelong learning. I'm not going to do this for the next 40 years. And I think that's something we need to think about. If we want to get into the minds of people to skill, to update their employability consistently, then we need to have a conversation about how do we get career guidance, early warning, that type of conversations in the hands of the people, but also in the hands of their managers. How do you manage someone to support their employability? And I think one very operational point you make about, if I now go for half day to training rather than be in the plant, who pays for that half day? I'm not talking about the payment for the training. Who pays you're not productive. You're investing in something of which the employer says, I'm not sure whether this is going to make a difference. So I think that's where there's opportunity to say, okay, if we have this funding available on the European level to compensate that. If someone goes to training, that the wages are then compensated.
Thank you. No, I wanted just to react on this, that for us, one of the main points indeed is not a solution, but it's something that really should be implemented, is social conditionalities in terms of when a company receives a fund, a European fund, then there should be some condition attached to it. For example, part of those funds, they need to be implemented in training for upskilling and reskilling, and it's what actually the IRA did to automatically oblige the company to put in place some worker guarantees for upskilling, reskilling, but also, for example, to attract more female, they had childcare in the workplace through this government funding. And that is actually a way to attract more female workers that otherwise will not be able to join the labor market. So social conditionality, when are from European fund, are quite important also to stimulate and maybe to also balance what you were saying about the fact of this training during working time, because indeed those European fund will be covered that. So social conditionality for us, it's one of the solution, one of our demand on all this funding.
This kind of mobile skills will survive in the long term, not just right now, but maybe in 10 years. So that might be my idea of how we can solve this kind of problem.
Can I
But in
react?
principle, surely just one remark. This is exactly why we have established this Autonomous Skills Alliance, exactly to make some kind of a joint vision where exactly all different partners are involved, not only OEMs, not only supply chain, but exactly regions, social partners, to have this joint view. Of course, we are not perfect, but exactly the idea is behind that. Sorry, Anna.
I just wanted to have a more general comment. I mean, these discussions are all important. They're all useful in a way, but Europe is simply too slow. I mean, we have become an actor if we put it on a more geopolitical level. Left and right, we have two, how can I phrase it nicely, two men who are not very predictable. And all Europe does at the moment is to react on this, to react on something else. Whenever I open the newspaper, are there tariffs coming? No, they're not coming. Oh yeah, we have another solution, whatever. But shouldn't we be more an actor who acts? I mean, we in these discussions, and I mean, I'm now in this automotive, whatever sector field for 10 years, but more or less always the same discussions. And the transformation does not come overnight. And I feel we're sitting in a car and we're driving towards a wall. And we don't have a solution. If we talk about the SMEs, they don't know how to qualify, where to qualify. They don't have the HR who knows which type of courses are suitable for their employees. How are we going to integrate? Yes, that's all fair and true. But in a way, we tend to lose each other or to lose the discussion in this endless, what are we going to do instead of acting?
No. No, I fully agree. Of course, you open another Pandora box.
I know, I'm sorry, but it was just...
No, but that's the purpose of the discussion, because exactly, you know, and I think risk sharing was mentioned here during the debate. Exactly, I think this is a role of public intervention. Okay, I cannot expect a person or a company exactly to pay for everything. I think this is exactly okay. Maybe we go wrong, but okay, that part of a risk should be shared, but act exactly to be very quick. Okay, as I said at the very beginning, okay, I'm doing that for 20 years, so yeah, I have heard those discussions some time ago as well, so I fully agree. Maybe a last comment or question from the audience, because the time is running.
Hello, everybody. Eva Švejdarová, Škoda Auto University. Thank you for your comments. I'm hearing here that everybody has agreed that upskilling, reskilling is the key, that we need to invest more into education. To me, it's like to learn, unlearn, and relearn. However, the studies also show that up to 70% of the participants of the educational process actually say it was for nothing because they do not implement it in their praxis. So I'm just wondering, what do you think about the ways we educate and we upskill and reskill people? Because to me, I believe that everybody who has gone through a classical education is actually fearing the lifelong learning because they have the worst nightmares out of it, as some of us do. So therefore, what is your outlook on the way we actually want to do those things to be more effective? Thank you.
I think we have opened another Pandora box, so it's time to close, but yeah.
Okay, I can try. I can try to add something. One of the things, the way I think the recognition of skills, for instance, the micro-credentials could be also a possible solution. So that people is not going in long-term training courses, but they have short period or short-term training courses that will fulfill a certain need, a specific need. That is, I think, could be one of the solutions, not going for long-term training courses. The other thing is to use the technology as we have. All of us, for sure, have an issue at home, and even technical, how to change, I will not say a light bulb because it's too easy, but how to change electrical connection, and we go to YouTube and we learn something. And in some cases, that informal skills that we acquire from different, or attending a training course by ourselves today. I normally say that at the moment, or nowadays, the person that doesn't learn anything is because they don't want to learn, because the sources of learning are huge. Of course, we can, as all training providers and developing contents, we can use those technologies, but it's important then to have a clear recognition system of those skills. One of the things that is mentioned, I think it's in Union of Skills, is we have in Europe the principle of free mobility of workers. It's not true, because if I have a training course in Germany of car mechatronics and I want to go to Portugal, probably it's not recognized. Very easy. So we say that we have a principle of freedom of working wherever we want, And I think probably the ones that have it are football players, because all the others don't. Because they have what? An informal recognition, which is the scores or how many goals they score and so on and so on. But all the other professions, even doctors or whatever, it depends. It's really difficult to have, for the university system now, with this system, it's easier. But for the vocational educational training, there is not a common standard. I was participating on this study visit from ASA to France, and it was quite interesting because we were almost in the border for Germany, and the way that you recognize car electricians in electrical cars in France and in Germany, it's completely different. So if you're working on a car in Germany, you just need to put a padlock on a plug in the car, and the car is safe to be working on. And in France, they have to disconnect physically the battery from the car. So it's a quite simple thing. And the barriers of a frontier, it's basically a border. Sorry, we are speaking about a few kilometers. It's different. It's huge. So we need to have these recognitions and have also short-term training courses. I don't know if someone else.
I think this is also one of the points that's exactly we are trying to do with the Automotive Skills Alliance. Okay, it's a industry-driven recognition. I'm always saying, okay, if it's fine for BMW and Mercedes, okay, I think the SME here can live with that. Okay, I don't need a formal approval because okay, we need that quickly. We need some solution. We need to employ that person now, not after month to 5. Okay, we are coming to the end of the formal course or requalification. I'm very sorry. Time is running. Unfortunately, I have 3 pages of ideas and topics. But I know I'm on the supervisory of the organizers, so I'm very sorry to cut it here. Maybe let's go to efficiency of the trains as well. Maybe 70%. We were talking about the things that were known, but okay, those 30% were enormously helpful for me. I have some notes that I will use in Brussels and talking to policymakers. So maybe efficiency 30% is great. I think I have my notes. Maybe we can reach 35 with additional last comments and ideas. What could be improved? What might be the priority? Aurora, we started with you.
Yeah, well, for sure, strengthen the already existing European tools and initiative. One, it's actually the Automotive Skills Alliance, but also through the Union of Skills, the Net Zero Industrial Academy, and also the other different tools that are already in place that could be used and sometimes are not yet accessible. And then what we need is a European framework that to anticipate and manage the change, also led or involve the social partners in negotiate solution, because many times workers need that also in terms of the transformation of the industry. So yeah, those 2 points I will say.
Thanks a lot. 31%. Joe, will you add additional point?
So I think I agree with you. Speed. We need to be fast. We are losing the race. We are getting behind. We are really behind, and we need to be fast. And from the European Commission as well, what we need is simplicity, to be honest. When I looked from the unions of skills, okay, all the actions are quite great, but on a certain point, to be honest, I lost myself. So many programs, so many initiatives, and to be honest, some of them, very honestly, I even don't understand how they relate themselves. And it's really make the things simple. If it's necessary, put a white paper on top of a desk and rewrite everything. We need to be straightforward and have simple directions. To be honest, for me at this moment, there is too many things, and I think we are losing ourselves.
I'm already 33. We are jumping enormously. Anna.
I can only add it to make things practical. If I present a paper, Union of Skills, to an SME in Stuttgart region, they will say, what shall I do with this? No offense, all very important measurements, but we need to bring it down. And also take the regions, really give the regions their important role as they have when it comes to the transformation, which is happening in a region. That's why we as Stuttgart region are very happy to be part of the ASA since the beginning, as this, especially with the regional implementation working group, it gives us a great opportunity to network with other regions and to exchange. knowledge, but really make it practical, not another, as you said, 20. I sometimes doubt my intelligence when I read these papers because I don't understand how all these things are connected.
I will not transfer that. I will translate it a little bit in different language, but okay. Well taken, Peter.
I signed this as well. What I would like to add is maybe during any stage of education, let's not be afraid of the future. Let's not think that we need to know what will be in the future. Just be ready for whatever happens. This is something which we should have in mind during any study.
So thanks. So I think one thing is address implementation. So maybe like an implementation blueprint, something that's really about how do we get this great framework that we built down to the operational level. I think one wild card in this space is if a business right now invests in training, from a taxman's perspective, that is defined as a cost rather than a investment. And what that means, if I invest in a robot, I can deduct it for the next 5 years. If I invest in an individual, I cannot. So I think that's, and I mean, this is a very big discussion, but it's a wild card we always put. Invest in training is not perceived as an investment. I think that's the big mind change next to, of course, the mentality change.
Thanks, Jochem. I think we are ending in 35%. We are better than in Skoda, so okay. Big applause to the contribution. Thanks a lot also to the audience. I hope it was interesting. Thanks a lot to the panelists. Now I think we have a family photo, then a lunch, and we continue discussion today, tomorrow with Trireme project as well. But really, big thanks.
Thank you very much. And now, before the lunch, as Peter said, it's a family photo. So please, everybody follow that guy in the blue jacket. And we will go outside to have a nice family photo. And then, definitely you can leave everything here. So please, let's go out to have a nice family photo. Thanks a lot. Určitě.
Yes, yes, you are the. I have it. Up to you. You can sit here and enjoy, or enjoy there, or you can support. It's I loaded up here. Yes. Well, I can put the presentation.
Yes.
It clicks here.
Otherwise, I will do with this.
Yeah, but I think it's turned off. Wait. Yeah, off on. But Jakub had it.
Yeah, if I use this, it doesn't work.
Oh wait.
It does?
Now it is. It was not clicked in, so now it works.
Okay, great. No worries. I will.
Perfect. I'll put back the. Sorry? Yes. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just need to check one more. Chyba mi tam gawenda, ano.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you enjoy your lunch. You had also the possibility to see the car outside with the EduBox and basically the tablet and the education modules there. And now we have the afternoon session. The afternoon session will start, of course, it's starting now. I'm sorry for a small delay. We will have, till the coffee break, we will have two main sessions and presentations. And the first one goes more into the details and more into the results of our strategic blueprint project called Trireme, as I have presented also in the morning. So we will have two speakers representing the project. And the first is Elisa Pagliaroli. Sorry for my pronunciation, from Spin 360 as a strategic sustainability consultant. And Elisa is the work package leader in Trireme project, and she is going to present us more about sectoral skills intelligence results. So, Elisa, please, floor is yours.
So, good afternoon, everybody. I wish I had your microphone, Jakob, because I like moving, but no worries. I have to stay here. So good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. As briefly introduced by Jakub, my name is Elisa Pagliaroli. I'm a sustainability consultant. I'm the head of the research and anticipation department for Spin 360. For those of you who do not know, Spin 360 is a consultancy company. We are specialized in providing sustainability services to our clients, mainly focused on environmental sustainability. So really environment is our bread and butter. And as I said, I work in research, so we do provide the strategic level in order to inform to our other departments how to carry out the work from a purely operational aspect. So we have a long history with European projects, and one of these, of course, is Trireme, where we are responsible for the work package 2, which is about research. In particular for continuous skills intelligence and gathering. So today I just wanted to briefly present the results that we found during 2024 with a big disclaimer here. I know that things are changing very much during these days. So the data that you see are taken from 2024, but you will also see that there are some predictive responses from our survey and from our research that are very, very insightful, also for the purpose of what's going on during these days. So this is a slide that was actually taken from the colleagues from SFC. I don't know if someone from FSC is there. In any case, this is a slide prepared from them that shows work package 2. So basically, let's know. Where's the pointer here? What did I do? Okay, where's the clicker here? The pointer, sorry. Okay, wonderful. Okay, thank you so much. So basically, this is us, and we are the coordinator. We are the coordinator of the entire work package, which is divided into 3 separate streams. The first one is the desk research, which is basically research, literature review, analysis of papers, reports, articles, etc. And the task leader that supports us is the University of Maribor. Then the second stream is the interviews and survey. And the third one is the expert workshops and webinars, coordinated and supported by ASEA and SFC Confindustria. So as you can see here, the work package was built in a way so that we have a top-down approach through desk research, literature review, etc., and more a top-down approach, gathering the feedback from the stakeholders by means of survey and by means of interviews and by means of workshops, webinars, etc. In order to have a solid methodology where we can gather all the feedbacks from, as I said, a top-down and a bottom-up approach. You can see here the partners that support us in this journey with the objective of creating really a skills, intelligence, and occupation elaboration. So the project, Trireme project, as Jacob was saying, started 1 year ago. So we have done a first round of this exercise that you see here. We are supposed to conduct the same round for 2 times more. But as you can see, things are changing very much. So having a solid research that can inform the other work packages, and Elena from ADECO will later speak about what the other work packages do, is essential. So what we have done during 2024, this is a slide that some of you already know. We tried to detect the trends for the automotive mobility ecosystem. So we started to analyze which are the main trends and subcategories inside each trend to be analyzed in order to inform the other work packages and the creation of new courses for the purpose of the project. So here, there's nothing new. The trends, digitalization, green sustainability and circular economy, resilience of the value chain, and new business models. I won't go in detail on each subcategory because it's very well analyzed in our desk research as well as in the survey, and I will present you some bits of it. What is important here is that we wanted to analyze these trends according to a series of parameters. So what's the awareness of these trends? What's the relevance of these trends? What's the level of preparedness that different stakeholders have on these trends? And what's the impact? And for this, I believe this is very important. So I was reading this morning an article. So this is an example that I tell you for environmental sustainability, because as I said, it's my bread and butter. And there was an article saying that we are becoming more and more ecological illiterate. This is very strange, because it means that it doesn't mean that we are not aware and we don't know what's going on in the world. I believe that everyone here in this room knows about what climate change is. But we don't know how to act. We don't know what to do in practice, okay? And especially, we don't know about the opportunities that there are within the sustainability scenario. We are always talking about CO2 emissions, yes, absolutely, but we don't know that, for example, carbon is just a piece of the cake. There are also other aspects to be considered: biodiversity, chemicals. I'm pretty sure that the ChemSkills project that the partners are developing does detect what are also the trends influencing the chemical sector, for example, which is part of sustainability as well. So that's one part. And the other aspect, which is also very important, is to leverage on the opportunities that this can bring. So as I said, we are always talking about CO2 emission, but we don't know that this CO2 can also be stored, for example, in the soil. This is just something that I wanted to tell as an example. So it's really being aware, is really understand the relevance, the preparedness, and the level of impact that this trend do have for the sector. And as I was speaking with a colleague here, Eva, we need to be also purpose-driven, and we need to adapt to the different needs of the different organizations. So this is something that we are aiming at detecting, being conscious that, of course, we are broad and there is a wide partnership and the different stakeholders have different needs. That's the second thing that we also investigate. So the education and training needs. Of course, Trireme is a project about skills. So what's the needed education and training provision method? So we deep dive into the different methods of education, their effectiveness and their efficiency. What are the different formats, the flexibility of the training system, how to collaborate with different stakeholders, and also being conscious of the social aspect of this dimension, which is something that Industrial and the colleague with CIMET are also taking into consideration. So here, just a snapshot of the survey results of last year. As I said, these results are connected with analyzing the level of preparedness, relevance, and impact of the trends that I was showing you before. But before, of course, the type of organization that replied to our survey, you can see most of them are companies. There's also a percentage of education provider at vet level and also tertiary education, consultancy, research centers, etc., etc. Most of them are companies. This is important to underline when it comes to the methodological aspect. Here, the position in the value chain. So just to have a quick overview, if it's tier 1, tier 2, or OEM, etc. So most of them are for tier 1 suppliers. And here, the main activities of the organization. We have a big percentage of education and training, and also a big percentage of research and development, followed by production. And the areas of operation, of course, we were targeting primarily the EU, so it's mostly EU level and some small percentages outside the EU. So as I said, let's deep dive into the awareness, preparedness, relevance of such trends. So first one is digitalization. So here we asked stakeholders what was their level of awareness of the different subcategories that you see here in black. So when talking about digitalization, what's your level of awareness regarding connected vehicles, autonomous driving, AI, machine learning, data analytics, cybersecurity, etc., etc.? The more the graph is green, the more people are aware. If you see a lot of orange and red, it means that they are not aware. Here you can see that there is a good general level of awareness. And when we look at the relevance, most of respondents states that AI, ML, and data analytics are like the most relevant digitalization trend. When comparing the relevance and the level of preparedness, so we are asking the participants, okay, for you, artificial intelligence, machine learning, data analytics is the most relevant. What's the level of preparedness? And here you can see that, well, they believe that it's very relevant, but at the same time, the level of preparedness is not that strong. So you see that the curve there goes towards the yellow and red part. So high relevance, low level of preparedness. And when asking them at what level of operation or production does the digitalization influence your organization, here it was a word cloud, but you can see very in big training and education because it was the response that was most written during the survey. We did the same exercise with the awareness of green and sustainability trends. As you can see here, and I've also put an arrow there, electromobility seems to be the most aware subcategory within the green and sustainability trends, followed by hybrid vehicles. And when analyzing the top 3 by relevance within green and sustainability trends, we again see electromobility and circular economy standing at first and second respectively. Again, here we asked, okay, so electromobility is the most relevant topic for you. What do you think is the level of preparedness? Here it's a little bit better. So you see where there's this red arrow, that it seems that the audience was kind of somehow prepared in facing this. This is up to us to evaluate, I think, during the course of the project. But this was the response. And again, at what level of production or operation does the green transition and the related trends influence your organization the most? Again, education and training development stands really at the most important that was detected, followed also by CO2 reductions, target, manufacturing facilities as operation, R&D, etc. Then we go to the resilience of the value chain. Here, a more harmonized response. So the most relevant within this trend of resilience of value chain was manufacturing and production technologies innovation, followed by supply chain optimization. And this is the perception of the resilience of the value chain. So we asked how is the perception of such resilience. So we see that most of respondents says that, so this is a graph that shows the perception regarding if the value chain is vulnerable or very resilient. So we stand between 6. So most of respondents said 6. I was really wondering what about today. So considering the scenario today, if this graph is about to change. And again, for new business models, so again, a more harmonized response. So mobility as a service is considered as the most relevant within new business models, followed by maintenance as a service, aftermarket services, and digital retail. Again, another tricky question. So are you confident about the new business model trends? Most of the people replied rather yes. Still wondering whether today this reply is changing or not. But again, we will run another round of this exercise in a different format because we will consider also the situation now. So the new desk research, the new survey, which will take the form of interviews during this year, and the new series of workshops will better investigate this and will deep dive in a more vertical approach into the skills and the job roles. But we have started already to present some to ask for some needs in terms of workshop. This was very general because the aim is to go deeper during the next phases of research. So here we asked people what are the dynamics of the needs of the workshops. So we asked here which role they think will be much more needed. You can see here professionals and researchers because the perception is that they will be more and more be needed, followed also by technicians. So the more you see the red and the orange, this means that they are, like, let's say, somehow or somewhat needed. The more green you see, the more the perception is that they will be needed as a role, of course. Here was a question of what kind of training do you believe is needed in view of the evolution of the automotive mobility sector? Of course, this is a word cloud, so many entries. Most of them were regarding AI and machine learning. Very important soft skills training, which is something we will invest a lot, and also Elena will speak about it, the importance of courses devoted to soft skills. We also asked them if the training was available. And here the reply is very interesting because they said, yes, it is available, but the companies and the workforce are not aware. So here the important thing is how to spread awareness of what's already available. And if there's something that is not available, let's create it. We also carried out some workshops, so the results were really insightful and very interesting. I don't have much time here to report about the results of the workshops, but just some words about the stakeholders' perceptions, especially looking at the situation right now. So dependence on foreign countries, resource constraints, regulatory obstacles, high competition, difficulty in finding skilled workers. These were like the most highlighted aspects that they underlined. Supply chain disruptions and the rising cost of materials. These are just, as I said, some of them, but I believe they are very important and very relevant also for the purpose of the project and the future actions. Here, I just wanted to introduce an exercise that the partnership is doing, also led by Work Package 3. I don't know if Simona is here and Joao, so feel free to interrupt me if there's something that you want to add to that. So the competence matrix, I'm sure that some of you know this term. The competence matrix is really a place where all the competencies and all the job roles can be found, listed, explained. The competence matrix so far is composed of 29 categories of job roles that have been identified. So we're talking about families of job roles. Blue, and I will show you in the next slide, is a category that is composed of job roles that were taken from previous projects. So, for example, the Drives, Albats projects, you know what I'm talking about, because we believe that this kind of families and job roles were absolutely irrelevant. So we sometimes we don't have to reinvent the wheel if something is already present. The yellow is a categories for job roles from previous project. So only from the previous project. So the blue categories was previous project plus our desk research. Apologies for that. And the green was the category composed of job roles from the 3REME desk research entirely. So not mentioned in previous projects. So this is a quick look of the job roles categories and the families that we are analyzing. Again, as I say, the blue present both in previous and our desk research in 3REME. Yellow and the green are the new one. I believe this is a very important exercise because it will help us better identifying what we are talking about in terms of skills, and it allows the desk research and all the things that are developing Work Package 2 to be translated into really operational actions. And the goal here, of course, is to update the categories in the competence matrix, constantly updated job roles, a reference for micro-credential, we mentioned it during this morning, and also to update the ESCO database. So with that, I wanted to conclude my presentation. As I said, this was just a brief overview. Please feel free to come, and we can also discuss bilaterally about these results. Take into consideration that we will carry out another round of this research, which will be a little bit different in terms of scope, but still we will have the 3 streams of desk research, interviews, and workshops. And we believe that your contribution is essential as a stakeholder of this project, but also in a broader sense of the ASA. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Elisa. And before you will run away, do we have any questions to that? Questions, comments, remarks? Not yet. That's so you can slowly run away. And thank you very much for the presentation. It's of course it shows what we do in the Trireme Blueprint project. It shows what are the skills intelligence results, what are the trends, but also how we are creating this competence metrics. Of course, one thing is to update it. ESCO database, that's right, but you can see there, you have seen that there is a skills hub, and that's basically the pilot version of the automotive digital competence metrics to really provide something that is directly usable in the industry, that industry speaks the same language, and where are the reference job roles and reference skills that you can use in your then company competence metrics, or of course in the education and training system. So that's something that we are doing for the automotive sector as such. With this in mind, of course, please, Richard. There is a mic. Yeah.
One comment maybe from my side. We have seen her skills, and she mentioned the most important skills are soft skills. Did anyone realize in the graphic which skill was bigger? What was the biggest one above soft skill from the size in letters? Anyone has seen that? Yeah, machine learning and artificial intelligence. So when I return to the slide, you will see that this topic is bigger in the graphic than the soft skills she mentioned as the main topic. And we have to really think about that. When the whole industry is saying that this is the biggest skill, bigger than the soft skills, then I think this is where we have to think, do we have an AI model? When China has DeepSeek, America has ChatGPT. Which one do you remember from European side? Think about it. That's my comment about this. Yes, it was bigger, and it's still underestimated. Whenever you find any politician in Europe, when you find any guy talking about our skills, it's always first listed soft skills. But here in this study, the biggest was machine learning and artificial intelligence. Look at the slide. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard, for your comment. And I have seen the final question from Utimia.
No, it's not a question.
Okay.
Thank
please.
you anyway. I just wanted to, for those that don't follow the project Trireme as close as most of the partners, just to let you know that in the website you can find the highlights of what was presented by Elisa just a while ago, including the parts related with the questionnaires and all that. So, and further updates will come up as soon as they are completed. So it's just that you will find those highlights for
Thank
better
you,
understanding.
thank you very much, Utimia, for this reminder. Very important. all that what we are doing, slides will be available after the conference, all the results available on the Trirema website. That's this blueprint project that you have also heard about in the morning, blueprint project, setting up the skills intelligence. And secondly, always the second strand of the blueprint projects, where the 31 project partners from the Automotive Skills Alliance are, is education and training delivery, and pilot the delivery of the new training modules, or also gathering of existing modules, also assure the recognition of those modules. And that's the activity that is led by Elena Cantiani as a EU funding project manager from ADECO Group. And Elena will present us more about this trend in a Trirema project. Please.
So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Elena Cantiani, and I'm EU Funding Project Manager Coordinator at Milia, which is the learning and development company inside the ADECO Group, Italy. So inside ADECO Group, we have a team dedicated to the EU-funded project, and I'm the project manager for Trirem and the lead of Work Package 4, which is the one dedicated to training and education. So, as I said, the Work Package 4 is made of 21 partners around Europe, and our main objective is that of develop solutions that can create a new strategic approach to address the skill gaps that we have in the automotive mobility sector. Our work package is mainly made of 4 streams of work. The first one is related to the urgent reaction. What does it mean? Inside this kind of project, usually the European Commission asks us to implement during the first year of activities urgent training. So to answer to the most needs, skills that the job market is asking to VAT providers and training providers. And the second stream is that of piloting the trainings that are designed by the project. And then to, of course, set a training recognition system, because working on micro-credential is something fundamental today for lifelong learning and employability, and to certify the learning outcomes that short-term experience, training experience can produce. The fourth stream is that of building and establish a pan-European automotive mobility academy by using the Skill Hub platform, as I will show you later. So, general objective. Thanks to the Trireme project, we aim to develop 60 new training modules to answer to the skill gap, and to at least train 1,200 people around Europe. How are we going to do that? By, first of all, analyzing the offering that we already have inside the consortium, and then to define the requirements for building training materials and develop curricula, training curricula. And of course, to provide a strategy for the delivery and the analysis of the possible impact that we want to have thanks to the project and our activities. So what we will do is to develop a set of training and training modules on the base of the results of Work Package 2 that Elisa just presented to us, and also to the results of Work Package 3. So as Jakob said before, this work package is somehow in the middle of the activities that we are realizing. So we are dependent from the results of work package 2 and work package 3, and what we are doing is trying to put into practice all the theory that comes from the other work package of the project. And of course, our activities is then strongly related, especially to the work package 5, which aims also at piloting trainings at regional level. So we are really, really in the middle. And one of the most important things, which is the aspect that pushes us, for example, as a DECO group, to invest in a team that works on the European project, is the aspect related to the collaboration. We have 21 members of the work package with different experiences, different point of view, different knowledge. And putting together all these elements can help us to build something that can have a real and concrete impact to reach our objective. So what have we done during this first year of activity? We started with this urgent reaction. So what does it mean? Sorry, the microphone. We set the ground for all the piloting that will be developed and delivered in the next 3 years. And to do that, of course, we had to wait to the first release of the research from work package 2 and work package 3. So our very first activities was that of realizing a report, a sort of vademecum that contains all the needed information that partners should have to give us to sharing their knowledge. So we designed the initial training recognition set, which is made of actually 5 templates. The training description templates to collect the information about the offering within the consortium, the training resources and method template to build the inventory of all the existing training materials. And then we had the template to assess the learning outcomes structure and the checklist to assess the format of the developed offered course. And last but not least, we had an assessment tool. And one important aspect that I forgot to mention before is that we also work to give continuity to the previous project, to the previous project that ASA lead and worked on. Just to generate more sharing and not losing all the job that most of the partners that are involved in the REM project have done in the previous years. So we set this activity and methodology plan, and we really work in a very collaborative way with all the partners involved in our work package. We used to meet every 2 weeks, and I have to say that all the partners are very collaborative and share lots of information and participate in all the activities that we have realized during the first year. So as first things, we started with a simple Google form to collect all the available training offers among partners. We have received actually, sorry, no, it's not this one. I will show you later. We have received actually more than 100 training offers from more than 11 partners. And once we had this inventory ready, we started to assess the results on the base of work package 2 and work package 3 results. And currently we are working on what you can see in yellow. So we are defining the corrective action to align the training materials and training offers with the outcomes of the other activities and research made by the project. So, as I said before, we set these requirements and KPIs plan. So the report set out the strategy to report to the urgent need of the European Commission. And what we have done is starting from the results and outputs of the previous project activities. And of course, we identify these three main framework to have a clear understanding of what we want to do with all the information we already have and what we want to use it to develop training activities that will further help workers and companies to reach the skill gap by covering areas that are not covered at the moment from other projects or from the activities that usually training providers, universities, and VAT providers are delivering. So, with the first year collection, as I said, we received more than 100 trainings, and what we received from this first collection allow us to start defining our strategy for the piloting activities. And to do that, we have set out an assessment procedure, and this assessment procedure has been realized following the three main steps. The first one has been an online workshop. We organized this workshop among all the partners involved in the work package to mainly collect two information. The first one was the relevance of the trend. So among the trends, the four trends that are the trends identified by the 3REM project, which is the more relevant in your opinion, to start understanding on which of the training activities give more importance, so where we should start working on digitalization, on resilience of the value chain, so which is the most important trends that we need to cover with urgency, let's say. So, and during the workshop, we also collect information about competencies from the partners. Why we did that? Because then, and this is the last step, we asked them to have this peer assessment. Before having the peer assessment, we made a first assessment, also using generative AI system to understand to which trend each training course was connected to. And once we had it, we asked to the colleagues, the partners that has a competence for each trend to peer assess the training course that we gathered. Starting from that, we also defined the first 5 urgent training. So at the end of February, the project delivered the first new 5 training courses. The first one is a sustainable design, manufacturing and development of in-transportation electronics. Then we have a training course dedicated to the environmental competence for manager. The third one is the innovation agent. And then we have a change management module for automotive mobility transition and one dedicated to automotive SPICE 4.0. So, and I want to thank the organization that work on these first 5 modules. So Newton University, Budapest University, Technology and Economics, and the International Software Consulting Network. All these new training modules, which are part of the 60 that we aim to reach by the end of the project, are all available on the skill hubs and learning platform, as I will explain you later. So why I'm mentioning these 2 fundamental tools, as I said at the beginning of the presentation, one of the main objective of Work Package 4 is that of establishing a pan-European automotive mobility academy. Why it is so important? Because inside the skill hub, this has been shown before also by by Jakub, but inside the skill hubs, we have the possibility to recognize micro-credential for the training course and to access to the training course that are actually on the learning platform as the 5 training course that I just presented. So the learning platform is the tool that we are using for the TREM project to collect free available training courses. So now you have these first 5 from the TREM project. You can find also all the training offers that has been realized thanks to previous projects, and you will find there also those realized by future initiatives that we will participate in. And the learning platform, so you can navigate there and find these first 5 trainings and the further 55 that we will prepare for the following years. And of course, as I was explaining before, the importance of the skill hubs, because the skill hubs is a database of training courses that are available for the automotive mobility recognition and represent also our system to ensure quality, transparency, and recognition of skills, and so the portability of competencies around Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions, comments from anybody? So then it's me. No, just to comment. Firstly, of course, thank you very much. And as Elena nicely presented, of course, we do the reactive reaction. So that means we have gathered courses what are existing and put them onto the Skills Hub to offer it. And we have also did these 5 new courses. And now we are working on this 60 new modules. That's great. That's great. And yeah, so thank you very much for a comprehensive presentation and also the methodology. So thank you very much. So as said, all that available in the Skills Hub. You have seen the dinosaurs in the morning. You have seen the QR codes also today. So definitely you can have a look there for these new courses in the learning platform. You can look there for the new courses coming in the Skills Hub. And that also includes, of course, as you have seen from Elisa before and then presenting by Elena, you have seen that there is a reference definition of job roles, which allows recognition of these micro-credentials then because the courses are connected to it. But without further ado, I see that behind me is already the hands-on on the Moravian Silesian good practice examples. And I see one of the strategic projects that are here in the Moravian Silesian region. The region is the one that is receiving the Just Transition Fund for the transformation of the region from coal and mining to new era. You have heard that also at the beginning today morning when the vice rector of the university was talking about another project from the Just Transition Fund mechanism, and that was Refresh, about the huge project about getting new research areas and getting researchers to work here. But there are also two main projects, focus on the upskilling, reskilling, focus on the education and training. If it's lifelong learning activities and upskilling, reskilling directly in the sector and in the companies, or then also collaboration and coming with the materials for the VET schools. Firstly, I would like to introduce you Trautom project. Full name is Trautom Competencies for 21st Century, which is going to be presented by two gentlemen. The first is Marek Gavenda, analyst from the MS Pact, which is the regional, like a pact for skills. And then the other one is Libor Dobeš, which is a director of Auto Cluster, which is the cluster of the automotive companies, schools, and the stakeholders in the region, but also all around the Czech Republic. So, gentlemen, the floor is yours. Marek starts with the presentation, Libor continues, and then get ready with your questions. Get ready to ask how this Just Transition Fund project runs. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you for introduction. As said, my name is Marek Gavenda. I work as a labor market analyst in the organization which is called Moravian Silesian Employment Pact. And as Jakub already mentioned, it is one of the strategic projects co-funded by the Just Transition Fund in our region. And there's a slight change in the agenda because I'm here on behalf of our director, which was unable, unfortunately, to join us. So I'm taking his part. As Jakub told you, the Trautom is one of the projects which is aimed mainly to putting together information, analysis, data, and so on for companies who would like to transform for the new opportunities in terms of reskilling, upskilling, and so on. And I'll give you idea about it a little bit later. The project which started 1 year ago in 2024, so we are in the early stage of the project and will last till the end of 2027. We are the leading partner, the Moravian Silesian Pact. We have two others, which is Technical University, represented mostly by the Jakub Stolfan and his team, and by automotive cluster of Moravia Silesia, which will be represented by the Libor Dobeš after my presentation. I would like to make a note that the project is not only aimed on the automotive sector. Well, this conference is about automotive, but we are focusing also on the metallurgy and energy. The reason for this is that these three sectors are facing new challenges. You can imagine what challenges are ahead of these sectors. And also these sectors are more or less traditional in our region. They give works for some 70,000 people, which represent some 15 or 17% of the total workforce of the Moravia Silesian region, which is very industrialized, as you know. Just to give you some short picture about what activities we are planning, it ranks from the first stages of analysis for the final delivery of the educational strategy, which will be implied in our area. We also provide advisory services, consulting, career counseling, and so on. The first package of our work is, we call it the job data, which is roughly the analytical version of our activities. We've already made some sector analysis for these three sectors, automotive and metallurgy and the energy sector. We tried to describe what technological changes will be in the near future for these three sectors, and what will be the need of skills for the current and the future employees in these new transformed sectors. We will make, we call it the job professional cards. You can see on the right hand side just only graphic of this card. We by the end of this year we expect to have some 60 of them, which will describe the most wanted or the future jobs which will be needed for these three sectors, with a detailed information about the skills what will be needed, whether there is a sufficient supply from high schools and universities in this region, and all these competencies are divided for the soft competencies, hard competencies, very specific, or competencies which are say very vocationally oriented for the company which are using these occupations. We are closely working with our experts. We have, for this automotive sector, we have experts from the Technical University and auto cluster staff. For the energy and metallurgy, we hired experts which are mostly from the companies or the schools which deliver educations for these two sectors. We also prepare the application, which will be online, probably not on the mobile phone, but on computers, which it's very similar to what was the Skills Hub presented by the lady before me, and this will include all these competencies metrics, which are very well prepared by Jakub Stofa and his staff, and there will be also many courses which are available from various suppliers, from public or the private educational delivery suppliers, and these courses will be linked mostly to the competencies which are in detail described in this application. We also have the approach to funding of education in companies. There's an allocation of some 15 million euros, which will be available for companies which are in transition, and we are helping these companies to prepare their transformation plans and prepare some design of the training in situ in the companies for the current workers. We already contacted about some 200 companies. 30 of them replied so far positively, and we are closely cooperating with 5 of them at the moment. And there's just on a schedule of this call, which was prepared the last year, and the application from companies the deadline for this is by the end of 2026. We prepared the application which we called Můj job, which is mine job. It will be available for the wide population, for the people who are thinking about a future career. It can be students, pupils, or also adult people, and they will help them to prepare some idea about their possibilities, what kind of job they could occupy based on their education or skills, and find them to realize what are the strengths and how they can find the new job. This application will be made available in the second half of this year. provide information and consulting not only online, but we have a staff selected who provide career counseling for people we plan to address by the end of our project by the end of 2027 to some almost 900 people, and provide also the group sessions for them. All these findings, which will be developed in our project, we would like to incorporate into, we call it the regional education strategy, which will provide the case stakeholders, that means the regional authority, local schools, both university and high schools and vocational schools, to prepare the strategy for the development of new curricula for the skills and professions we have identified within our project. And this strategy will be enhanced by the actions plan, which will be developed each year. So by the end of this year, we will have the first action plan for this regional strategy of education in our region. So that was the brief introduction to the project. And as I said, we are in the early stages of this project. So hopefully the next time I will have the opportunity to provide you with more information about the concrete outcomes and applications, for example. So thank you very much.
Yeah. Let's continue with Libor, and then we can have a quick round of questions for Trauton project, and then we're going to go to next presentations.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you very much for inviting me here. It's a great session, and I enjoy it from the very first presentation. To be honest, I was surprised when prepared my presentation that I didn't have a clue of that Felix Rohn and Jakub Stolfa did exactly the same thing in the same mind map as I did, without having a chance to look over their shoulders. So I will show you what we do in AutoCluster as a partner of the project Trauton, outside of project Trauton, and the other projects as we combine it. My background is mostly manufacturing. I've been more than a quarter century in various roles in the automotive industry. After that, various roles in the precise machinery sectors, and most recently 4 years in AutoCluster. Let me briefly introduce AutoCluster. That's association currently having 90 members. We've been established in 2006, and our members are from various angles of the automotive business or supporting businesses. About 1/2 of it are the production companies. We have 5 technical schools as technical universities, 1 business university, and 5 vet schools, and different kinds of service companies in the automotive business. So we have a variety of angles that we deal with. Here you can recognize some of the brands. Purposely, I'm putting here only the tier 1s. They are globally known brands. And it's very good to work with them because you can share the knowledges, technologies, processes, best practices with the big ones who are able to share, and then discuss it with the smaller ones and transfer the knowledge sooner and show it in real practice, reality. We focus on being on the shop floor in these companies, looking at the practices, never look at something which is under NDA. We look at the common things and can transfer them down sooner. Some of the examples of the products, you see variety of the products. The common thing here is that's heavily supported by their own R&D activities in the Czech Republic. Our members, some of the key members, have the R&D centers in the Czech Republic with more than 500 engineers working in there. So automotive sector is not assembly. It's design, development, assembly, distribution. Purposely, I use this snapshot from the Mario Draghi report. You can see Czech Republic being pretty high on the share of the automotive in the total manufacturing business. We are very close to top guys in Slovakia and the others. So as it was mentioned earlier, it's a significant piece of the business here. And more importantly to me, is also a significant source of good business practices and a huge amount of money invested in the R&D activities. We stay on 3 pillars. First, looking at the human resource development. On the right-hand side in the picture, it's our founder with a toy that we've developed for the kindergartens and try to develop the ability of the kids to creatively play with something without any significant rules, put themselves together and enjoy the technical stuff beyond that and generate the ideas for future that they can see the technical things as not enemy, but a friend. As a matter of fact, how many of you graduated kindergarten? Okay, quite a few. So everything I wanted to learn, I learned in the kindergarten. So thanks God I was there. Second one is the business relationship, which is different kinds of businesses, different practices, looking at the processes there and share the best, share it within the plant tours, working groups, and different kinds of meetings. And the third one is focus on the research and development activities or supporting staff. We have our own laboratory equipment nowadays, not the full laboratory. Focus on some testing in the climate chamber, pulsation, vibration. In the past, we were focused on robotics, but it was about 10 years ago and finished with that a year ago because there's plenty of providers in the market. This is this kindergarten when it starts. There is one here I've learned by discussing with one colleague of mine who used to work for an international company in Australia. And in Australia, they have the kindergarten that teach the kids the soft disciplines, but one of them is not as common in Europe, which is how to work together with different nationalities. And he said, he had a plant, was responsible for the plant of 500 people, and within the plant, it was 26 nations working. And these soft skills, multicultural skills were already developed in Australia in the kindergarten. And then they add up, and people are able to work in the teams. This is something which we did for the vocational schools. It was called Auto Academy with 5 main subjects like innovation, quality, leadership, logistics, etc. And that provides the look into how the business is run in the automotive. On top of that, we are adding something which was also mentioned here, which is the company academies or shared academies for the people who are already in the business as workers or technicians, and we can share the knowledge in the training lessons. Many of the big companies, they have their own academies. We are focused on transferring that practice, what we know, to the smaller companies and give them the good background and utilize what's available in that academy. That one is the example of how the education is changing. This is based on the gaming platform. You can run it on iPad or whichever. That's the typical play with, in the past was played with Lego, and that's 5S and lean principles. So now we do it in electronic form. You can play with it and replace the physical thing with the electronic. The whole education is getting more closer to the gaming form. You will see later the presentation of MTA, so it's something coming into that path. That's the example of the partners of ourselves in the South Moravia. They have created the truck equipped with all of the modern technology, robotics, pneumatics, etc. and we're cruising around the schools in the whole Czech Republic. So you do not need to invest into one specific school. You can do it via this truck and give it available to the people. It was kindly donated by the Ministry of Industry. I cannot thank to Mr. Muritki, who already left, so I do it this way. Then we have different kinds of things that we are sharing amongst the clusters in Moravia. We work very closely, 3 regions together, and this is the example of so-called optics kit that provides the play to the kids that they can do whatever they want with something that acts with the light. You see that photonics, optics, laser technology, etc., is well advancing, and this is the very basic how to show that to the kids in the schools, basic schools and vocational schools, and they can feel it, touch it, have it available. This one, I had maybe one. Yeah, I did not do it there. This one is support of the students in the technical universities from one of our companies. There they have what they call, their company called the Hellatons. So people can play and program things for specific tasks that are in the company, very similar to reality. And they have the chance to do their diploma thesis. On the bottom side, you can see 3 notes. One is that our members help to create the curricula for the systems engineering subject taught in the university in here. We were also assisting in the creation of the curricula of the automotive business in Brno that combines the systems engineering, electronics and mechatronics together. And in University of Olomouc is applied mathematics. So you can always get the companies closer to the universities, and the students learn with the experts from the practice what is needed in practice. This picture is from one of our projects in the past, focused on the resilience. We've developed some tools how to assess the resilience and what mobility really means in terms of trends. The picture was nicely taken by Sonia Pinheiro on the left bottom side from the Spanish cluster SEAGA, based on our shared discussions within the project. So we encourage the multinational projects and people sharing ideas from different angles of Europe. Of course, we look at what happens in the trends. This is just a snapshot on the PACE vehicles, the trends, AI, or what is the gross domestic product and number of inhabitants evolvement in different countries. That has an impact on what happens in the countries later. So to me, a recommendation is look at the big 4 or big 5 companies, advisors in terms of trends, but never think that they are 100% accurate. Look at bottom up, top down, all of the angles, verified it, and make your corrections every year. Nothing is granted for 5 years or 10 years. Once again, within the regions activities that we use, so we utilize what's happening outside, we make it fit and function to the member companies, and we go backwards, we go top down and bottom up. We always correct it and work in the good working teams and utilize the best. We do not want to reinvent the wheel. If you do invent something, we want to share it with the others. That's in line with what Marek was mentioning about the Trautom. We started in the first investigating what kinds of skills the companies want. This is just a snapshot of the initial companies. We look at different kinds of skills. We've listed a few dozens of skills that were needed, and out of that, we've prepared the pilot programs and continue with it. That's the example of the reference competence matrix, where we look at the top trends in the top part. Then we look at the specific competencies, whether they are relevant or not. And on the right-hand side, You probably don't see it, cannot read it, but it's called Automotive, Steel, Energy, and Across. So we do not look only at automotive, we look at what's usable also in the other industries or generally in the industry or in the society. And therefore, what we built in the Troughton project can be used in very different aspects of the business, different businesses, different organizations. And this is probably many of you know the competence matrices. So we create the so-called reference regional competence matrix. Multinational companies, they use it. This itself has like 40 different formats. We've chosen one. And we try to provide it to the smaller companies and to work on these competencies in a structured way and do the development plan of the people in layer with the competencies needed. It's also linked to the job cards that Marek was showing a few minutes ago. And this is where we go back to Troughton projects. I think the great thing is to get people together and work in the working groups, share the ideas, and then go top down, bottom up, look what's available, and then do the best out of it, and don't be afraid to share it. We look regionally, Czech-wise, international-wise. I'm glad to see our colleagues from East Automotive Alliance, with which we've done the Erasmus project. We've learned some of the enablers. In the Felix Ron presentation was Erasmus one of them, vocational excellence was the other one, and alliance is the third one. So more or less we do exactly what Will was mentioning, and without knowing that he would be mentioning it. Well, that's it for today, and thank you very much, and enjoy the day.
Thank you very much, Libor. Thank you very much, Marek. And you have seen a lot of regional examples that cluster is doing. You have seen, of course, also the strategic Troughton project, the Just Transition Fund mechanism, and you have seen the real hands-on activities that are being done here in the region to really deliver, to make the impact. Do you have any questions, remarks, comments to that? If there is none, I would like to go to the second part of these hands-on presentations, and we will go to the second strategic project of the Moravian Silesian region, again co-funded by the Just Transition Fund mechanism. And we have here Tomáš Olbert presenting the Moravian Silesian Technological Academy. And Tomáš, floor is yours. Please, I will jump off and it's yours. So, and I believe I haven't heard a round of applause for you, or did I? Oh, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good. So, good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for having me today. It's a really nice meeting and conference, very good organized. So, really thank you to be here. So my name is Tomáš Olbert, and I'm coming from the Moravian Silesian Technological Academy. I will quickly introduce our organization, who stay behind us. At first, it must be Moravian Silesian region. It's really important for us and really crucial for our project in future phase during the sustainability phase. Moravian Silesian Innovation Center, where we incubate quite a short time, and Moravian Silesian Automotive Cluster, which you show a few minutes ago. Our CEO, Jan Metza, he is apology because he is on the really important business trip. He is doing networking during the transition project, so in transition projects. But today with me here is the Milan Zvihal, technical director in our organization, Barbara Slavkovská, and Michala Procházková. So we've gone mandatory introductions, and we can start with important things. Well, there are no numbers on this graph for more reasons. You can define what do you want. But in the general, the orange curve represent speed of the innovation in the industry sector, in corporate sector. Our focus is mainly on high schools, and the speed of the innovation is representing the blue line. The gap between the gap between the lines defining our state of the art, state of the play mainly. The motivation for orange curve is mainly competitiveness, but speed for blue curve is mainly driven by individuals, by one person mainly in one school. So if high schools get lucky, they hire lecturer who knows, who wants. It's really jackpot for the high school. If they win the jackpot, they are able to innovate something. But the individual is not supported by any colleagues because his colleagues is normally language lecturer or math lecturer. So as what we done on the beginning, we try collaborate or connect the people, connect the lecturers who wants to make some change in the education system. So first step was to connect together, create a networking from the create the communities of the experts and of the lectors. So this two slide was about the why MTA was established, and together we can check together what is our product, how we play with our markets. Our products we call EduBox, and in the general EduBox is not just another book or book with more pictures, less text. It's totally different conceptual thinking. We try to innovate learning system. That means we changing front-end perspective or frontal perspective to interactive perspective. We have more teams. This example video consists of more examples, more samples. This is for energy team, and they show how to simulate loadings and chargings and how to calculate cost benefit if you are changing your mobility. For example, if you are transferring your mobility to e-mobility, you can simulate what will happen with your house. Here is small evidence of our collaboration with AutoCluster team members or member of AutoCluster, Hella Forvia. We was surprised how many functions is in the lights today. So we decide to create not only digital twin, but the real parts from really we bought the parts and we assembled the box, which you are able to disassemble, assemble, and play, start the scenarios, etc. So this is the real one, and this is the real EduBoxes. Very. For this EduBoxes is pool calendar, so pool system will be defined, so each high school is able to borrow it for a while. Here in the application which developed Milansviha with the team, there is the simulation of the charging with a different type of batteries, with different type of or with a different value of the current. Here is some learning about chargers, type of connectors, superchargers, which differences is between wallbox and for example the supercharger. Here is a very nice simulation of brake regeneration system. It's there are more levels of the regeneration, so you can play how big recovery, how big portion of the energy will recover to the battery and how many you will waste. Big topic, services for electric vehicle. We just already discussed it outside with a colleague from the Finland. The electric services in the high schools are crucial because if we are not able to bring electric vehicles to the schools, the relevant service, we are not able to learn students what is needed for service of electromobility. So here is the small practice, how to organize the service, how to work there, and what everything is in. We have more teams, as like mentioned. This is the robotics. We collaborate with ABB for more reasons. This is industry robot for many applications, really various applications. This one is collaborative robotic. This robotic is supposed to be really close to the human, so there is totally different safety concept and really totally different work and programming. This is the mobility, mobile robotics. That means if you want to create a digital twin of your whole or production, potentially this kind of robot will drive your production plant almost whole day. Of course, it's handy for transport of material, etc., etc. Many applications. We're trying to bring technical knowledge and education to general learning systems. So we're trying to create our EduBox is very affordable. Everything on this EduBox is cut it out from the wooden plate, and the blue part is printed out from the 3D printers. Cybersecurity, really huge topic. This example is, I think, about the phishing. So there we collaborate with TryHackMe platform. Is located in UK. Our development team is responsible for this nice graphics, stories, and the content. This, I really enjoy this animation. It's really nice. First zebra saying, "Hey, looks, it's virus. Look, look." No, just come an email. Virus. I will show it. Look. Oh. Okay, I'll believe you. Okay, so that was our products. No? Okay. And yeah, how we work, because we focusing to high schools, we have to slightly change our perspective. I choose the automotive example, but please try consider we have healthcare team, we have energy, agriculture, etc. We have more teams and various fields. So I choose here example how we can work in automotive. So our basic question is which kind of technology will be on the market in 4 years? That's a really crucial question because normally each study takes in average 4 years. So on the left hand, you see the state of the art, best from the best, in best scenario, in best case. There is the benefit. People are able to use open energy for mobility. That means fuel for free, not from the investment point of view, but from the regular payment view. On the right hand, we have state of the play. That means there is the majority of the major reality use cases. 70% of Czech people still live in the rental houses, and parking places looks like that. And right now, try imagine balcony photovoltaic system, leading cable from the 7th floor will charge your electric vehicle. It doesn't work simply. On the other hand, hybrid fit very well. So this picture is very nice because you can see it very positively or very negative. Depends only on your move. But it's not all. It's only market research, defining of the technology which should be implemented into learning system. Next step is check the status quo of our high schools. You can see here my first car. No more reason why I choose Skoda Felicia. On the other hand, the schools is much more behind the market. So in step number 1, we have to define best from the best. In second step, we have to describe what is possible in our high schools and what we are able to. And in the last step, we are creating and we are developing our product. So in the middle, you can see our results. And because it's automotive, we can go part by part, of course. State of the art, LED matrix for the lights. But again, in the high schools, still is bulb H4. So we decide to create slightly better learning tools. Here is the main challenge of today's time is Czech Republic. As we discussed outside in Finland almost done, almost solved. But our end user is 15 years old child. So the service must be really saved, 100% saved and bulletproof. So we have Milan, we are really lucky. He developed a really nice feature, a really nice EduBox. Augmented reality, it's a really tricky word, augmented reality. So the EduBox is parked as well on the outside. You can see here the left down corner is what is happening in the reality, and main screen is what is happening or what is visible on the tablet or iPad, doesn't matter. So you can see here Dacia Duster, it was really our first electric vehicle. And with augmented reality, we are able to see through the metal sheets, through the hood. We can choose the part by part, and we are able to check how it is mounted, where is it located, well, many features behind. Where is battery, for example, etc., etc. But there are more scenarios. This we are able to land to high schools, because the point behind the high schools are not able to afford each year new car. So we are creating the pool system for the electric vehicles and this kind of EduBoxes. So just try imagine high schools will borrow or lend these EduBoxes for a week, but your son will be sick. What a shame. Again, we have lucky, really big lucky, because we have Milan. And in a couple seconds, you will see another version of the augmented reality. So no car, but it's visible on the tablet. This is the scenario when students are sick, or if, for example, students study computer science and there is some project where he's collaborating and he needs learn something new about electric vehicles because it's focus of the project. So again, and I like this more because this is a nice feature. You can walk through to the car, so you can sit on the battery. Really nice, really nice. And what is the best? Cables and energy leading through you without damage. So if you are interested about the EduBoxes outside of the atrium is a real one, the previous one. And during the coffee break, you are able to, or you are invited to check it. And yeah. Let's continue. Mouse. Yeah, MTA is not only about the EduBoxes. MTA is about the platform and systematical change. So as well, we are searching third parties content, and we are able to implement into our platform, into future platform. Right now, Milan team's developing the platform project, and yeah, it will be really, really great. Some our collaborative or the most collaborative companies which we have which we contacted and already shared the experience, and they shared with us the information know-how. So that's it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tomáš. Do we have any questions, comments? There is nothing. Thank you very much again. And just to give you the perspective, if I might, from the perspective of Europe, from the regional perspective, Those are the strategic projects that has the hands-on, that has the hands-on and implementation in one of the regions, but there is of course plenty of regions, automotive regions in Europe. And what is of course the vision that we are trying to deliver with also the Pact for Skills and the collaboration here is that those examples might be of course shared. You have seen also the edu boxes are in English. Then I believe Milan will allow me to say that also the edu boxes, when they will be offered throughout the platform, we are already discussing how this will be connected to Trautom, that is Dovednosti MSK, how this will be connected to the Skills Hub, that everybody all around Europe can use it. Then we can build on that and deliver the solutions, for instance, throughout the centers of vocational excellence and other platforms. But what I'm trying to say, all these things are connected. For me, it's the piece of puzzle that we see here, the good example, and we can share it somewhere else. We can offer it. We do not need to invent the wheel again. But I would like to also encourage you, because we are here now in Moravian Silesian region, so you have seen the example from this region. But that's the idea of our Automotive Skills Alliance. We are going to the different regions. We are connecting different regions. We are connecting different stakeholders to really share the best practices among us, to really collect that, have a pool, and together streamline and grow. Yeah, that's the most important thing that we are trying to achieve. So those are great examples. Trautom project, that's the delivery of the training courses. There is a money for companies to really do the training courses and use it. We have seen, of course, the numbers might be higher. That's some kind of challenge there, but that we might discuss also later during the coffee breaks. But all that were some examples of the regional implementation and delivery and creating the real impact. Without further ado, I believe that we are, and that's quite strange, 1 minute ahead of the agenda. Ooh, what happened? Thanks a lot. And now we have a 30 minutes coffee break till 15:45. And please really use the time also to go downstairs, see the car, see the real implementation of this EduBox, play with that, and we see each other in 30 minutes. Thank you.
You want me to do it here? Okay, yes, you're
That's why we selected yesterday the selection. Around 7 to 8. 7:30, I think we start. So it's directly come there you international or like more yes.
Good. Let's end the coffee break, and we have the last session for today before we go to the social event. And now we're going to focus on driving green innovation, digitalization, and collaboration. So firstly, we will have the presentation from the electromobility platform and this perspective. Then we're going to go to Green Vet Network, and then we're going to see the internal collaboration within the Back4 Skills throughout the Automotive Skills Alliance and its implementation via the Flamenco project. And now it's a big pleasure for me, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome Lukáš Folbrecht, who is the Secretary of Czech e-mobility platform. And he's going to present us about opportunities and challenges in skills and education, especially from e-mobility perspective. So, Lukáš, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Jakube, and good afternoon from my side, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here on behalf of the Czech e-mobility platform. I'm gonna speak a little bit about e-mobility. As you know, e-mobility and transformation to e-mobility is among the biggest challenges for the automotive sector. And also, it's pressing, it's challenging, and to remain competitive against foreign competitors, particularly Asia and the US, is among the hottest topic in Europe. I'm gonna speak about skills and education, but first of all, let me introduce Czech e-mobility platform a little bit. We are the voice of the e-mobility industry in the Czech Republic. We are quite young and fresh. We have been there for three years, and our members are from the automotive sector. We have the Czech Automotive Industry Association on board, Skoda, MAN, Volvo Trucks, and others. And we have also, because automotive is or e-mobility is between the sectors of automotive and energy. So we have the charging point operators who build and run the charging infrastructure in the Czech Republic. 75% of the charging infrastructure in this country is run and operated by our members. We have also companies who manufacture the charging station and other. We have also two technical universities. One of them is Technical University in Liberec. Another one is Czech Technical University in Prague. Perhaps this university will join us soon, because we are getting the new members and application very often. We are also members of AVERE, which is now called e-mobility Europe, which is the Association of E-mobility Association in Brussels. So we are basically following the European legislation and other topics relevant to e-mobility and bringing it to Czech Republic. We also closely cooperate within the Central and Eastern Europe Green Transport Initiative with our colleagues from Poland and Slovakia. As another e-mobility association, we focus on charging infrastructure, making sure the charging infrastructure is available for everyone, affordable, everything works fine. Electrification of fleets of passenger cars, but also for buses and trucks, is amongst the biggest topics. We are a partner for the Czech government of the minister or the deputy minister Eduard Mořický, who was here in the morning. So we are the main partner in e-mobility discussion to the government and also to municipalities, City of Prague and others. We cooperate with all the partners who can support and e-mobility in the country. We are trying to gather the know-how here and provide it to our partners, the ministries, the municipalities, and so on. In education, I'm gonna dive into a little bit detail here. I've selected some topics, challenges, and opportunities in education and skills concerning e-mobility and batteries. So one of the topics which is kind of soft but is very important in the Czech Republic is that the population tends to be rather skeptical towards e-mobility. The reasons might be different, but one of them is the public debate and the picture that e-mobility is being given to in media. There's a lot of disinformation, fake news. So if you in this room, you have a lot of technical competence, also in this campus, a lot of it. But if you go outside and ask a person on the street, he's gonna most likely tell you that e-mobility, everything is wrong. The EVs, they catch fire very often, regularly. They are not safe. The range is very limited. You will have to replace the battery in 3 years, and it's gonna cost you the whole pack is gonna cost you more than the new car. Charging infrastructure is not available. This is all wrong, and we need to change that. And so we have biased beliefs about e-mobility. The situation is slightly improving, but we are really starting from very bottom in the country. I'm actually curious to hear, perhaps in the evening, from colleagues from Slovakia and Poland and other countries if the situation is same or similar in your country. But this is the situation we have here. And then when we speak with educational providers, being it higher education or universities, they say, okay, we can open e-mobility or battery relevant courses, but the students are not interested. Even though one of the reasons may be that they are under pressure from their schoolmates, so kind of peer pressure, or their parents, they don't believe in e-mobility. They say, okay, it has no future, it's not worth studying it. So this is one of the things that we as Czech e-mobility platform need to change so that the country becomes competitive in this sector. And also today you can hear in the media that there's the revision of the CO2 targets concerning automotive sector. This is very important. But on the other hand, people tend to believe that that e-mobility is dead, and they do not believe there's going to be in 2035. They understand there's going to be this ICE ban. Now the discussion, is it going to be there or not? But anyway, there will be 80 or 90% of new registration of EVs in 2035, no matter how the discussion ends. So there will be a lot of jobs relevant to e-mobility, being in the car, being in the infrastructure, and so on. But in the country, I think it resonates in this kind of wrong direction, and it's a pity. So we need to. Sorry, I need to. So we need to deal with media, with public opinion, with decision makers, and improve the situation. Otherwise, we're not going to be competitive in this sector at all. So I'm going to be a bit critical here. Mr. Muřický, from representing the government, has left. But I have to say that e-mobility or batteries are not very high on the political agenda in this country. Again, I'm gonna be interested to hear in the discussion how it's in your country, but for the Czech government, at least for the current one, it's something like unwanted child. So people from universities or high school or vet providers are coming to us and say, okay, we don't have any support from the government, we don't have any support from the regions. Because there's no strategy, there's no will at the moment. So the government is kind of tolerating it. Okay, guys, you can do whatever you want if it makes you fun, if you find it interesting, but we're not gonna support you. So this is, again, what needs to be changed. Perhaps there are some exceptions, but this is at least our impression. There is some light in the tunnel. There we have a new national action plan on clean mobility, which introduces number of measures in e-mobility, in CNG or LNG, hydrogen, and so on. And one of the measures or the action point is that the government shall make a gap analysis to see what the sector needs, what the OEMs need, the car manufacturers, the charging point operators, so e-mobility and batteries, what needs to be, what is needed by the sector now and in the future, because there are projects like Drives, Allbots, and Trireme and other, they provide concrete recommendation, this and this needs to be done, but actually it doesn't, in reality, it's not that much reflected in, at least in this country. So this master document, the National Clean Action Plan, National Action Plan Clean Mobility, will at least do this gap analysis to see what is required, what skills shortage is there, from the point of view of industry, and what is, on the other hand, what is the offer, what the educational institution can offer today, or the different levels of education. So at least we will have something. This is positive. I'm gonna talk about now a little bit about charging infrastructure, because we have heard quite a lot about, and perhaps we'll hear more, or you will hear more tomorrow, about vehicles as such, but they, to make e-mobility reality, make it work, you need charging infrastructure. Today in Europe, you have around 900,000 charging points. You have, I think, over 700 million Europeans. So it's clear that we're gonna need, if you want to switch to e-mobility, you're gonna need much more charging infrastructure, both public and private. There are some legislative measures by the EU. It's the AFIR, the Alternative Fuels Regulation, that says every 60 kilometers you need to have a public charging point with this and this power output, also for heavy-duty vehicles, so this is perfectly fine. You have the energy performance of building, the new directive. I'm gonna elaborate on this a little bit more in a moment, which says that buildings should have their charging infrastructure, being it residential and non-residential. So there are some legislative processes in place, but we are not sure that we have enough people qualified to do this job, to install all the charging stations, to make it work with photovoltaics, with battery storage, to make it work with the IT systems behind it, and with the roaming systems. And there are some innovations coming, like wireless charging or automatic charging or parking, because people want to be lazy, they don't want to plug in the cable into the car. So there are some solutions inside that they are supposed to help them with the wireless charging, or some automatic arm helping with the charging and stuff like that. So this is everything like that is coming. I've actually I visited a product day of Skoda yesterday, and they have a which is not affordable electric car, Elrock. And with this car, you use your phone to park it. You can step outside and you can park it on the street for the moment. But in the future, you can expect that, for example, if you go to a shopping center, you will leave your car at somewhere and leave it so that it parks automatically and charges automatically. These solutions are inside. And speaking about charging in buildings, that's a big topic actually in Czech Republic and in some other countries in Europe as well. That there are some safety concerns, because electric vehicles have big batteries, a lot of energy in it. So we as Czech e-mobility platform are dealing with the Czech firefighters to find the right balance between safety and investment into safety measures like fire detection, sprinklers, and stuff like that. We are not at the end of the debate yet, and there are even some European guidelines rather fresh on this. But what it means for qualification, there is going to be a big need for people who can assess risk, who can install chargings in building, and make everything happen in buildings. I'm gonna stay a bit charging in buildings for a moment because we have we have a new energy performance of buildings directive, which was approved in April last year, and now in every state in Europe is being implemented. The new EPBD, I'm going to use this abbreviation, says that in up to now, you would, if you have a building with 20 plus parking places, you need to have there at least one charging station. But with the new EPBD, in the existing non-residential building, imagine, for example, parking house, or a shopping center, and imagine you have 1,000, a big one, 1,000 parking places there. So according to the current regulation, you need to have at least one charging station there. But the new EPBD says you need to have one charging point for every 10 parking places, which means that one is not enough for your 1,000 parking places, but you're gonna need 100. And it's valid from 1st of January 2027. So it's quite tight deadline, and it's gonna need a lot of personnel to install these charging places with this respecting all the safety topics. The alternative to this 100 charging stations would be to have 50% of the parking places prepared for the e-mobility, to have ducting, to have I don't know, husikrky in Czech language, not sure, but hopefully you understand the preparation for electric cables. Buildings of public institution will need to have pre-cabling for every second parking place, but the deadline there is delayed. It's from 2033. So this is about existing non-residential buildings. New and renovated non-residential buildings, again, the shopping center, for example, or a big parking house, need to be fully equipped for e-mobility. It says that there must be at least one charging point for every 5 parking places. So you cannot have, so you need to have 200 there. And at the same time, pre-cabling for at least 50% of the parking places and ducting for the all remaining ones. So fully prepared for future of e-mobility. And office buildings will need to have at least one charging point for every second parking place. So the targets are very ambitious. And last chart on this topic. From my side, if you are speaking about residential buildings, there are some minimum charging infrastructure requirements already in the valid in the previous EPBD, but the new one says that you need to have at least one charging point in the residential building, but you have to, at the same time, you need to have pre-cabling for at least 50% of the parking places and ducting for all the remaining ones. So again, fully equipped and ready for e-mobility, but also for example, for electric bikes and stuff like that. So very ambitious targets. So this is about charging in buildings. In Czech Republic, as I discussed, we don't have any government strategy or master plan on skills and education for e-mobility and batteries, but there are some bottom-up initiatives. I could see initiatives from the cluster. I can see initiatives from the universities or from individual players. And some of these players are starting to putting together all the skills that will need to be there in big numbers and quality very soon. So there's a new study field, EV technician, being considered and prepared for the ministries. It's still work in progress, but we have been putting together all the pieces, what the students need to be done. It's not the case that the idea is not that the one person should know all of this, but there should be it should be covered by some specialization within this EV technician field of study. So there's a lot of to be done. These people would need to understand, for example, if you need to have person for EV servicing. I know that servicing of electric vehicles is being cared of by the OEMs, for example, Skoda or Hyundai or others in the country are doing well in getting qualified personnel for their own authorized repair shops. But unauthorized repair shops, if you want to let your car be repaired after the warranty, it's difficult. Nobody really can fix your car, and the authorized service shops are not affordable for many people. So this could be also a barrier for e-mobility. So EV servicing, development of charging infrastructure, and many relevant skills will need to be there to make everything work and to remain competitive. And this is my last chart. We also have our own project that we are waiting for approval of this project by the ministry. We have actually been cooperating on this with Jakub and his team, with the Automotive Skills Alliance, also with the Czech Automotive Industry Association, Czech Battery Cluster, and another association when we want to improve the situation with the education in the country, at least a little bit, to do our part. We would like to improve our public awareness about e-mobility and career opportunities. We want to do this gap analysis for the government. We want to do a web directory with a list of educational institutions on different levels. We want to prepare some brochures, some basic learning materials to e-mobility and batteries, because there's nothing like that in the country for the moment. And we want to do a roadshow across the regions in Czech Republic to educate the public, the institutions, and the regional decision makers. And that's it from my side. Thank you very much for inviting me, and I'm ready for further discussions in the evening, or if you want to contact me, here is my email. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lukas. Do we have any questions? Some reactions? Thank you very much, Dan. And I see that those results, how it is connected with Albats?
Well, we wanna use.
Maybe you can.
Yeah.
Because just the background is the Albats project. That because from my perspective, of course, it might be kind of I would say spin-off rollout on the national level from Albats project, because of course the Albats brought the perspective of electromobility job roles there. If it's EV technician, we have the different job roles that Albats defined. So I'm of course happy to see the national rollout there. Is it correct?
Yeah, exactly. As you say, Albats is the project that finished 2 years ago, where we were involved, and a lot of people in this room. And this was on about skills on batteries, basically. But there was some findings about EV servicing, stuff like that. And there were some findings from the Drives project as well, and from the others. So we want to basically use these findings and implement them on the Czech level.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So that's then a good example of the implementation of the Blueprint project then on the national level. Thank you very much, Lukas, once again. Thank you. And now we go to the next part of this session. It's about the green project, but What's the green project looking at? It's establishment of green European VET network, looking at the green skills and how the VET network might collaborate. Let me introduce you Simona Jursová. She's a researcher at VSB Technical University of Ostrava. Simona, the floor is yours.
So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me introduce the cooperation network which we have established within the project Green, in which VSB Technical University is included as one of partner of the project consortium. And which is open for new members. But before I give you more details on this network, I would like to provide some basic facts and maybe support the discussion on green scales. What are the green scales? What can these skills bring to the society if there is something beneficial, if they are really needed? These questions are quite strongly emphasized in the society, and maybe we are still looking for right answers. And I think that there is quite a passionate debate on this topic. So let's summarize what it means, what is meant by green skills. They can be divided into three main groups. Basically, we mean by green skills technical engineering skills, which lead us to optimizing processes and relates to renewable energy design, energy saving. Then these skills include those ones which could be called as operational management and relates to environmental management, system design, policies and laws. And what shouldn't be forgotten and is very important, especially for green skills and in that atmosphere, as there is a wide debate how important they are. It is communication and education skills, how to explain the green skills, how to have a critical approach to it, how to from problem frame in this area. In some aspects, there is observed quite misleading tactics of some organizations, some corporates, tactics, how they present their product services as environmental friendly, and in fact that service isn't so eco as they proclaim. It is called as a greenwashing, and you can observe it in many areas of our life, such as, for example, as you buy an air ticket, you can pay special fee for let's say zero carbon footprint, that they will plant a new tree for your flight and the emission relating to it. But in fact, if we really consider it, imagine how much time that tree would need to really absorb carbon dioxide. So it is one of the examples, and there are much more. As we are speaking about greenwashing, it doesn't relate just to corporates and manufacturing companies, but also individuals, people in their common life portray themselves as eco-conscious, but their actions don't match the environmental claims. And I think that it's quite common and quite understandable that it relates to human beings, that sometimes everybody talks green but leaves brown. But it's that approach that some individuals can exceed it and can be much more eco than in reality they are. So I just want to show how important is really to consider green skills in all their framework, and how important is that critical approach to it, that we should understand all aspects and have the general overview of that scene to really understand the environmental impact. And what we need for it, and I think that we definitely agree on it, it is high quality education. Just education and good training can bring the individual eco-literacy and play the crucial role in it. As it teaches the individuals, education also provide a skill green workforce, those engineers who know how to apply all those approaches, and how to reach the real savings, and how to reach the real eco-friendly attitude. So what we need is that sustainable approach to really understand that environmental impact, which is possible, to evaluate what limits are there, and to view that scene in a view of more aspects and critically. This approach, sustainable approach, will bring then process optimizing, relating to water, relating to energy. Those we will know how to use the tools, how to read it. So we don't need that uncritical approach as we don't consider the limits, but we have to deal with these skills sustainably and see the limits. As I mentioned before, there is that debate how important it is. Some people don't believe in climate change. They would say that the climate change doesn't relate to carbon dioxide emissions, or that climate change is regular in cycles. So that it is just something like news which is cut from the whole context and the whole picture. As you can see in the figure, in the picture provided by several climate facts, there is evident, and it is said that since 1961, the temperature has risen by 1 degree of Celsius. But this increasement is on average. It means that for the whole world. And the rising temperature is different from country to country, from continent to continent, and is most obvious in the north. And for example, for the Czech Republic, according to the data, it has been 2 degrees. And imagine if it's 2 degrees, we are a country which was used to mild temperature, and now 2 degrees in summer. It's present quite it could be a problem for some people because we aren't used to this high temperature. Well, now we have really hot summers with temperatures above 30, and if we don't consider that fact, that it relates to the climate and what the environmental reasons are there. If we just imagine what it means for companies if the temperature is still rising, definitely it will reflect into their cost, because in manufacturing companies you have to pay more, you have to expend more for air conditioning system to keep the employees in their comfort. Also, for example, as we are speaking about mobility, imagine, for example, public transport here in Ostrava. In past years, 20 years ago, there was no air conditioning, and now all trams are air conditioned. Also, it is a progress, but in summer, without it would be very uncomfortable to use the tram. And each degree above that average, which we were used before, it means higher cost. So if companies don't pay attention to climate change, definitely they will pay attention to the cost, because sustainability doesn't mean for them just some green tactics and green approach how to accomplish all legislative requirements, but also they realize, or those who are responsible and understand that issue, they realize that it will bring them lower expenses. And moreover, if we imagine the corporates and companies worries, they have to fulfill progressive European policies, adapt to all legislation and rules, and to deliver all reports regarding to it. And as for example, US approach to the sustainability is concentrated, is focused on renewable energy technologies, advances in renewable energy technologies. Europe is known for progressive environmental policies, and the companies, institutions have to react to it. And for all these duties and for all these new technologies and advances to really imply the sustainable approach in their company, they will need new jobs. It is estimated that more than 2 million new green jobs could be created in the European Union by 2030, and around 60% of all jobs in the European Union will require some level of green skills. So it means also in those traditional ones. And therefore, we create that green web network because we want to approach to green skills with pragmatically. We want to apply that pragmatic approach, and as we creating a collaborative network, we want to bring together institutions with experience, with good practice to share what was done and how education in green skills could be developed. That network was created within Project Green, which has been solved since September 2022. And it includes 9 partners from 6 countries. And join together education and industry. And they are included 6 sectors. Automotive and batteries is also there. And next to them, it deals with maritime, defense, energy, and additive manufacturing. And this cooperation network is open for all training providers based in Europe, which provide education on levels 3 and higher. As it is open for all voluntary members, we will be really happy to welcome new ones. So some information why to join, what will it bring to you. You will have a possibility to share the training programs and get pedagogical and technical support. And what is the most important, to share good practice and challenges in green skills education. To apply is quite easy. It is via the Green Project website. There are all necessary information. There is an applicant guide. And you have to fill the application survey and provide some materials, because for this network, you have to prove that you are really sustainable thinking organization. It means that you should prove this by documents that, for example, you provide learnings, advanced learnings methods on green skills. You, for example, control energy consumption. You have imply sustainability management in your organization. So these kinds of proof is provided, and then in that process. It is a review, and based on the review result, you are then accepted to that network. As I mentioned, this network is quite new and is newly established. So far, it hasn't have many members, but we are proud that one member is sitting here. It is ATEC, and you can be the other ones. So don't hesitate and apply for it. If you need more information, I am here. I can ask, and also I can send you more materials to it. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Simona. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now we have to run to the next part of this session. Thank you very much. You know where to find Simona during tonight. You know where to find Green Project and the information there. It's of course about the connecting of the different VET providers and speaking about the green skills, which might be of course direct and indirect. Yeah, that might be also some of the things how we might have a look at the green skills. Yeah, thank you very much, Simona. Thank you very much. And now we are going to this last session, last but not least. It's more about the collaboration. It's the project, if you still remember the morning, which might be already far away. If you remember the morning, I was talking about Flamenco project, about the project that is a forward-looking Erasmus+, that is focusing on the collaboration within the Back 4 Skills partnerships. And that we will hear from Didier Stevens, which is external advisor to ASA. Didier, please. Thank you very much. And the floor is yours. So, Didier, please.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. With respect to time, I will try to be quick, but I'm available tonight. Okay. Good. Before talking about flamenco, let's first look a little bit at why flamenco. And, this is not new for you. I hope it's not. Collaboration is important. And you see especially also here a list of benefits in our area of education, training, reskilling, and so on. We'll not list them. You will have a copy afterwards. Okay. But we see that collaboration among stakeholders, especially in our area, is having a direct impact on things like addressing the skills gap or bridging, the difference or the gap between industry needs and training. Okay. So that's why it is important. Despite it has some challenges and risks. However, despite having these challenges and risks, we see that other surveys and different surveys will confirm the same. Collaboration remains important. Now here you see that the majority is for online meetings. However, this is due to the impact of COVID, that online meetings became a little bit more fashionable, but you see that there is also a big part for face-to-face meetings. And if we would repeat that survey again today, maybe the order would be a little bit different. Okay. Yes, indeed, there are still some improvements possible in the area of collaboration. You see here a few, but I'm sure that there are more, and you have also other ideas for that. Now let's look at flamenco. Flamenco project was there, and I think Jacob explained that already several times, to foster collaboration among stakeholders in our area of education and training, in the automotive sector, to develop a number of models, cooperation models, and establish a number of best practices. The partners are here on the right. I think most of them, you know them. I would be surprised if not. But you will see that also in the copy of the presentation. Flamenco developed a kind of methodology, a kind of PDCA methodology. It was not something really new, but what we did in Flamenco and what a lot of other projects copied is we used survey, workshops, testing. And we see that in other projects today, like Trireme, like was presented earlier this afternoon, you see the same thing was copied, which is good, it's great. So we tried to establish a standard. Not everybody was doing that, But that became the kind of standard, which is great, okay? It confirmed again the need for collaboration, and regular meetings. It resulted in a number of cooperation models, and as Jacob explained this morning, the Flamenco project will end at the end of this month, and the report will be available in the weeks afterwards, I hope so, and you can read all the different models there. But most importantly, Flamenco led to a number of events, but it also created a new cooperation model, a new structure for our association, ASA. I honestly hope you have seen that already. It's on the website. It's nothing new, okay? These are two different ways of presenting the new structure. I prefer the one on the left, this, because it shows more the unity of everything. Okay, with the ASA office in the middle, the topic committees and the working groups around, and then the services. The format on the right is explaining the same thing, but in a more traditional format. Okay. Now, for those that haven't joined any of these topic committee meetings, there have been 2 or 3 since the start, since we are testing this. Joining a topic committee allows you to help defining the strategy of our association. And many of you are already part of it. Great, thank you very much for that. But maybe not everybody. So if you want to help, if you have ideas for the strategy of ASA, please join the topic committees. Don't be afraid. It's an open platform, all right, to discussions. The same for the working groups. If you have a proposal on the website, there is a link, and you can basically, fill in a copy. The topic committee will review it if eventually changes have to be made, and will hopefully, and normally should accept your idea of working group or task force. Everything is on the website. This is the status today. It may be difficult to read, but you will receive a copy. And you see that is already active with some working groups and some leaders. The office of ASA, on purpose, is not leading any of these groups, because we want you to lead, you to share a little bit or lead a little bit the discussions. ASA is there in the background to support. Okay. Now, also a number of events took place in 2024. And you see these here in the area of conference collaboration, study visits, already referred to by Jacob this morning. The Battery VET Forum with 4 editions already. The Hydrogen Forum with 1 edition. But all these events and all these cooperation models that were identified in 23-24 will continue even after the closure of the project. That will be one of the key things. We will continue to work on and using the new structure. SITME 2024, there is already a 25 edition under preparation, as you mostly know. The Romania study visit is taking place in second half of the 12th or the 13th of May this year. You have seen that already. The Hydrogen Forum is taking place from 8 and 10. Earlier this afternoon, I checked the status. I'm being the facilitator of the Hydrogen Forum. There are around 9 spots left. So be quick if you really want to join. And among the participants here today, I recognize some that were there in 2024, and they can testify about the event. Okay. Last but not least, a battery working group is being created, as well as an innovation agent working group is being created. These will continue after the project, after Flamenco. And to give you a little bit more details about this, I would like to first invite Richard to give you some additional details on the innovation agent working group. But please be aware, if you want any other details, any questions, I'm available tonight. Thank you.
Is there any other presentation? Okay. So maybe some introduction to the scope now. In the last, I would say, 4 years, I was working on something what was presented here you will be confronted with. I was working with high performance computers in vehicles.
So my team is, for instance, evaluating and assessing the HPCs, which is the high performance computers in the central computers of the car. You can imagine that like a server, okay? Just imagine you really believe it's only a computer, it's now a server. Even as big as you could run a whole company with it. Yeah? Hundreds of millions lines of code on it. Many apps, many VMs. Any function or container is completely connected to the internet, to inside, and between the VMs on the server itself. Another project we're working with now is that when we do a self-driving vehicle, and we work with some companies, different continents, but more to the west, is now that we move the artificial intelligence into the vehicle. So one of the works we do is functional safety assessment on artificial intelligence in the vehicle, which makes it more likely that we can highly automated drive. And it's in future American and European car. And now comes the last one, which I mentioned today. It's about defense. One project is that we have on those servers, when you go to an F-35 fighter plane, it has a Linux server in the middle, right? And with Google services, when you go to a Leonardo helicopter, same thing. When you go to a vehicle, we have also a Linux server in the middle. So we have a meeting point between those fighter things and the automotive vehicle. We have heard today in the morning that we go in a mix of defense and automotive. Why does Richard say that? Because when we formed this kind of innovation partnership, by the way, where do I click down? Because I have a different keyboard here. Down key is this one? No. Okay, I use the mouse. Okay, I use the mouse. Because when we formed the Innovation Agent Group, it's not automotive alone. The most driving force is automotive and defense, right? So what you will find in that group is that, for instance, a member is Rheinmetall. A member is Atos Origin, but they form the IT platform of the European Union and partly of the IT behind companies like Thales. And then we have members from automotive inside. Yeah, you find the Bosch. Recently in the Innovation Agent, next working meeting, there is Carrier from Volkswagen. So the point is, we formed the mix between defense and automotive. And what you can see here is we developed a few things. One thing is that we believe that innovation is the driving force of how we can survive in the next years in Europe. We are bound between China and the United States. And if we want to actually survive or really start to lead again, we have to change the speed of our innovation. There is a new ISO 56000 norm series that came out, and we started to use in that working group that we interpret this norm. How would we run innovation management in a company interpreting this norm using the new deep tech technologies? We have an innovation assessment developed there from a previous project, from a new project, but we have working groups there, and we have published one training already in Trireme, which is ISO 56006. And that's the interesting thing is about strategic innovation management. That's a new part of the norm where it thinks about that you have to make deep data analysis of big data on the whole cloud to make decisions for your innovation. And that means you cannot do it without AI because you need deep seek or deep technologies there. And this is what we developed. We just actually developed some guideline of how to use the AI, but we experiment more because there's a difference between defense and automotive. Because in defense, they cannot just rely on the public American model. They cannot only use a deep seek from China. When it's European defense, they have to use their own models as well. And so suddenly we have a setup where we use different AI models where we use that for the training. So we only used for the awareness training in the MOOC here, just ChatGPT different models. But in the working group, when you would join, you would meet other models as well. Yeah, so we experiment, of course, with the Chinese DeepSeek as well, but we experiment now with
models also from the French Academy of Artificial Intelligence, because you see in the news that when it comes to this kind of defense of Europe, there might be a few things why it's possible that the French can support us. One is that they have Galileo system, which is a navigation system which is not so public, but even if the Americans switch off everything, they can still fly with the thing. And the other thing is they have their own French AI Academy, which then means that they have their own AI models where even when we don't use ChatGPT, we don't use DeepSeek, they have their own model as well. I think this is something what we have to learn, and this is what we are doing in the group. We exchange things, and the next thing what we developed for Triome is ISO 56007. Yeah. So I just switch here the slide to something here. This you can already attend. Yeah. There is a kind of stepwise procedure of how we use AI. It's only explained on strategic intelligence management, and we use it on the green mobility question, what went wrong and how can we do it right? And we asked AI, evaluated it and extracted it, and we have here a procedure proposed of how to use AI. And the next thing is that we actually, this is what I want to show next, and you can join if you want, yeah, is this. I just skip a few slides that we work. You see here a few names. We work with different models here, yeah, of AI, and we do at the moment brainstorming session. Yeah, one is done together with in the next session with Kari at Volkswagen on a kind of how can we trust maturity of a software in future by that complexity. And the other one is actually where we will discuss about the infrastructure project of the European Union, and have those kind of defense partners and automotive partners on the table where we discuss if AI different models can tell us something. But you see a special setup because we have experts mixed with AI models. So we make different AI models a virtual member in the idea management team. We published it as ISO 56007 part. ISO 56007 is the new innovation management norm that came out from ISO for idea management. So we tried to put up a new schema in the working group for idea management. The group already has 22 countries, 48 members, is running under ASA, and will continue its work. Yeah, it had already a kickoff last year, has every 2 months a major meeting, and in between working group meetings. So this is the status of this group. You can find the details on the Flamenco website. If you're interested, you can join these kind of workshops as well. And as I say, it's very, let's say, active. The next meetings is 16th of April, where we work together with the partners with this kind of idea management setup with AI as a virtual partner for the infrastructure project topic for the European Union. And then the second workshop on the 16th of May, we play with AI together with the Volkswagen CARIAD partner about the future of how we can use that for maturity of software. But if you want to join, send me an email, or you just go to the Flamenco website and try to apply. Okay, and then I hand over to Josef Tichanek. Yeah, he's also one of the active partners in Flamenco. Some of those guys that used the infrastructure, which, thanks God, has been set up by the European Union and also by Jakob and so forth, and so that we can do things like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Joseph Tikanek. I'm from OIF Corporation. We do the lithium car starting batteries development. We are short of time, so I'll be super fast. And I would like to just tell you a few words about our newly established working group on batteries within ASA. The newly established group is basically a group of experts from the battery industry that is involved in research of battery topics for the training. The main purpose is to enhance ASA in preparation, quality courses, and utilization of those courses by the industry, the adoption by the industry. We will be looking at the ways how to translate the requirements that have been found from different projects that are involved in the battery business and battery reskilling actually, and how to translate them into working environment. But the main thing that we want to develop is the strategy, how to go about it, and how to basically close the gap between reskilling needs and the supply of the training material. There are several topics that are already interesting, and one of the big topics is this transition from linear to circular value chain. And this brings many different subtopics such as recycling, etc. And these are the main low-hanging fruits that we will focus at the very beginning. Of course, we will continue to investigate other findings from other projects that were for battery reskilling. So from this, I would like to say that not only we will formulate the strategy, but we will also provide advisory or independent peer reviews for those who are involved in a project and would be interested to get external peer review. Here are some projects that we have already identified that are touching the batteries topics. I would like to highlight especially a PEACE project, which is about the digital product passport, and the green project. A green project is the basically green skills, which Simona talked about. I would like to just summarize that there were two main pillars. First was identification of key job roles that have the most sustainability impact. And second was the creation of curriculum for green education. Batteries as such, they fall under green skills, and basically even Project Green Skills has been focusing on selected industries, including batteries and automotive. So let me just go to the PEACE project. The PEACE project is about implementation of the digital passport and the preparation of training how to implement the digital product passport. Has any of you heard about the digital product passport before? Could you raise up hands? Some people did, but normally if I'm speaking to the industry, almost nobody heard about it. But it is important because it will be mandatory for all new batteries from 2027. As a part of this PEACE project, we have developed free training course, which will be placed on ASA Skills Hub, and also there will be piloting courses from May to September 2025. So those who would be interested to participate in the pilot training courses for DPP implementation, I will give you a QR code where you can write your request. It is a rather complex thing because there is hundreds of data points that need to be collected, and if this is going to be mandatory from 2027, I think that the companies should start now. So just let me quickly name those data that are required. Those are data groups, yeah? So our general information, there is compliance information, material composition, carbon footprint, supply chain, and circularity information and performance information. This is not only ecological tool, but it's also safety tool, yeah? So it is especially for the battery that have not only a huge impact, environmental impact, it is very useful for safety. And here is the QR code where you can scan and write your request. And I see that Jakub is standing nervous here, so I better finish. Okay, thank you for your attention, and I hope that I will see you not only in the participation in the PEACE project, but also please join our battery group, and we would welcome your expertise and discuss things into more detail. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Joseph. Thank you. You have seen the practical implementations, what we do as actions and activities in Automotive Skills Alliance. Some of you were asking that, oh, that's great, what you are doing a lot of actions, a lot of activities, how we can join, how we can be active. Here is the example. You can, of course, propose the new working group. You can join the topic committees. Of course, firstly, you have to join the ASA, but then you can join the topic committees. You can, of course, propose the working group. You can join the working groups. Here you have seen just some of the examples. There is more. You can also, of course, the task force join and do the same as said. So really, the concrete examples and concrete activities. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it. That's it today, isn't it? Or no, that's it. And here we are coming to the end, to the closure, to the last points. I will not be long, don't worry. Don't worry, because we are running, of course, out of the time, but just to say the main words and main things and my main ideas from my side. Firstly, thank you very much for coming to this conference. Thank you very much for making it till the end. It's of course big pleasure if you are not the Alliance of Willing, the member of the Pact for Skills, the Automotive Skills Alliance. Of course, we are inclusive, we are open, so please really feel free to join this Pact for Skills and this alliance. I just noted a couple of points today, and as I said, I will not go into the details, but there was a lot of good examples, a lot of activities presented, a lot of inputs, and I was just thinking, are we going to solve everything today? Not. But that's not an issue, of course. It would be great, I would be happy, and we can go to celebrate. That would be great, but it's a step that we need to do, it's a step that we are doing, and if it's a big or small, it's a step forward, it's a step that we need to do. So these activities, this conference, your participation, for me, I cannot be more grateful. It's important to go that direction and do the real impact and do the practical actions. We have heard also simplicities today to really streamline the activities, what we do. And coming to the end, not to be afraid of the future, because we are here to change it together. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being part of this conference, for coming to Ostrava, for joining us online. And now, this is it. Thank you. Great, and now practical actions. Practicalities, 17:30, in 25 minutes, the bus to the lower area of Vítkovice will go